And welcome everyone to Sharing with Shellshock. I am your host, ShellshockPrime, and tonight I am here with all these guests right here. Hello. We're starting.
Hello.
I'm sorry to interrupt whatever conversations you guys are having, but it's time. So
We're here.
So it's good to have all of you here. So right now, currently we have Hito Richard Gaming. We got Jeremy the Nostalgic Alchemist.
Howdy, hey, hello, hi, everyone.
We got M&G Mike.
Good to see everybody.
We got My 170.
Hey.
We have Mantle Ferox.
There.
We have Michael McCaw.
Hey.
We have Xeno Awesome Gaming.
Did
We have Zenspath, Jeremy Powers.
How's it going?
We have Homecoming Hero.
Whoa! Didn't see you there.
We have Cutie Caitlin.
Yo, let's go! Let's go!
We have Mr. Ben.
Yo, how's it going, y'all?
We have Epic Man.
Hello, everyone.
And we have Zykrul.
Good evening, everyone.
Welcome, everyone. So we have more people coming in. We have other people that will be coming later on. We have CRCalkos coming in. We have McPatches 3D. We have let's see. We got a lot of people as well. We got Rocks the Cat. We have as well one other person. I can't be. Oh, Shiny One is also here too. Well, he will be here soon. So aside from that, like that's everything. Like everyone else who were also guests could not make it tonight. Shiny, good to see you in the chat. We'll have you on soon. I will make sure to have you on around like the 9 o'clock hour. I just haven't heard back from Calkos, who originally asked me to go first, but we're gonna change up the order a bit, and once he gets in, we'll make sure that he gets in. But for now, for everyone that's here, it's good to have all of you here tonight in this fine episode, the season finale of 2023, the best episode, or rather the best games of 2023. Not the best episode. I can't toot my own horn here.
This will be the best episode.
It's okay. We'll toot it for you.
No, it's all right. We'll make it work.
Y'all.
The best episode was the one with me. I'm kidding.
No, but for real.
Well, guess what? You're here.
No, but for real, y'all are amazing, and I appreciate all of you. So we're gonna get started. The first person that's gonna go first is Mr. Bear Boy himself, Hito Retro Gaming. Hito, welcome.
Hi, I be the Bear Boy Hito. Confused bear face for 1 second. How's it going, everybody?
Yep, you're wearing your bear and breakfast shirt, hyped up, ready for tonight.
So, yeah, I'm definitely hyped up for tonight. And if y'all are wondering why I'm not in my usual quarters, I moved yesterday, guys. I had Shell, Mike, and a majority of the peeps helping me out with the move. So I am no longer in Harlem. I am in the Bronx now, and hopefully you'll get to see my office by the time this week ends.
Yep. All right. So to get started, so we will make sure to talk about the best games of this year, but also whichever ones were your personal favorites. So what would you consider to be the best games of 2023?
Well, Shell, personally, I have to split that list in half because at the end of the day, this was the year of remakes.
Yes.
This was the year of remakes, remasters, and everything we absolutely have to enjoy. So I'm going to actually say at the end of the day, we have two different lists. I have different two lists, which is going to be my main three and the remasters. Remasters I'll go over very quickly, and then I'll go over the new stuff, which some won Game of the Year, just saying.
Yes.
And some people are not too happy about it because they wanted Spider-Man to win. Anyway, had a whole conversation about that. But for remasters, I have to say the third would be the Advance Wars series, finally coming in with both of them for the Switch.
Yeah.
I love strategic RPGs. They're great. They do amazing. And honestly, having a modern day Fire Emblem, one may say, would actually be good for anyone. I never got a chance to beat the Advance Wars series. I had one and never beat it. So having both of them on the Switch is great. Second remaster, I have to say, definitely picked up the score was the Super Mario RPG remaster. That one made me cry to see Mallow, my boy, my son, in 3D, in not a 2.5D model, but a 3D model, and just being cute and adorable and doing everything that I need. And then finally, for my top remaster, it has to go to Mega Man Battle Network's Legacy Collection. That made me cry in many ways because seeing all the games available in just one Switch cartridge, and
Yes.
if we were getting digital, two separate games, but one Switch cartridge, all of these games, awesome. I got to relive my childhood a lot. That's a game that means a lot to me, and just having the games now in general just hit my heart. Now, for newer games, my top three, my three would be Pikmin 4. It would be higher, but a certain character came back in the Pikmin series that I do not like or speak of to this day. But Pikmin 4 was definitely, I said 3, wow. Third game, Pikmin 3, I meant Pikmin 4. Pikmin 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed Pikmin 4 a lot. We kind of spent at least a good 2 months on the game because it was that good. It was long and it was great. Did not like the after game a little bit again. I mean, I like the game in general, but like the reason for the after game was kind of just like, I hate you. Why do I need to go through this longer because of you?
Mm-hmm.
Second game of my choosing, I enjoyed Wonder. Super Mario Bros. Wonder was really great, and I got to play with all of you guys. Y'all joined in for this stuff. Like, it was
Yes.
amazing. We got to play Wonder all together, and it was just like absolutely amazing.
It was a lot of fun.
And I got to don a few Luigi cosplays. Some normal, some Damimani. Anyway, that was fun at least. Like doing the Super Mario Wonder game, it changed up the formula. It felt like how I first played Super Mario World when I was 2. It kind of felt like that fresh experience again for the Mario series, and
Yeah.
it definitely like broadened myself out there. Where I was like, okay, I feel like I'm playing the Super Nintendo when I first got my cartridge of Super Mario World. So it really did open up the avenues for everything when I played Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Honorable mention to Tears of the Kingdom. I just love crafting stuff and making the most abominations
Mm-hmm.
possible. I like making abominations in Tears of the Kingdom.
Yes.
But despite that, and my number one was Baldur's Gate 3. Honestly, it was a very fantastic game. And as someone who's played D&D for almost 28 years, almost 30 years of D&D, this was a game that was really great for that D&D community to actually get into their gaming a little bit, going a little virtual on things. But I love Baldur's Gate 3 for the mere fact that we had a really good VA cast that I actually knew really well. Especially, oh my god, especially Lae'zel's voice actor. She was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But Baldur's Gate 3 really brought out the D&D nerd in me, which I enjoy D&D a lot. I used to teach it to kids when I used to work for Game Labs, which you guys remember those days. We don't talk about those days. Kind of talk about those days, but still fun. And honestly, it's going to be starting to open up some D&D campaigns I plan to do on stream in the future. I've been re-inspired to play D&D again. So, on my move, I took my giant toolkit of D&D things, which is a giant box filled with players' handbooks, dungeon guide, and a shit ton of tiles.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's definitely a new awakening for me this year when it comes to D&D, but Baldur's Gate 3 definitely re-inspired me to play Dungeons & Dragons again, and honestly, that's why it's my number one.
All right. Very good, because like I know for a fact that this is not going to be the last I'm going to hear of a Baldur's Gate 3 tonight. I know that for a fact, but it's a game that I know like that got a lot of accolades and critical acclaim, and for good reason. So many people. The thing is, here's the thing about this game. This in 2021, it was on early access, and I remember people played it and it got a negative reception, but they listened to so much feedback and took all the feedback to heart to make it the game that we know of today. So
But that's how you make a game, though.
yes,
Because at the end of the day, you need to understand what your player base is looking for. I know for a lot of people this is a bad example, but Pokemon is one of those bad examples of what the community does not know what they want. But when it comes to games like, oh, let's fix up the QOL a little bit, let's fix up the interface, let's fix up the UI, let's make things at least a little bit more accessible. When you make a game very well accessible and you're following at least somewhat of what the players have played through, that not only shows that the gaming company respects their player base, but it also shows that they're willing to grow from it too and make something even better.
yeah. Yeah, sorry, I was just getting my phone just to bring it here. But yeah, you're good. The fact that they actually managed to listen to everybody and actually take all the feedback, I have a lot of props to them for that. So eventually I would like to try the game out. But for me, there's just way too many games. Way too many games to play. So
Also, if anyone ever wants to play a campaign of Baldur's Gate 3, please add me on Steam. I'm always looking to play Baldur's Gate 3 with people.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Hito, thank you so much for discussing with me about like your favorite games of this year. And like, for anyone that's not following Hito Richard Gaming, here you go. I'm giving him a shout out. So, yeah, like again, thank you so much for being a part of this season once again as well. I really appreciate it.
Definitely. I'm going to head out for the time being since I still got a lot of moving stuff to do. But I'll be listening to everyone. And guys, seriously, have a wonderful time. Have a great stream. I will be listening to all of you. 8-bit love to all of you.
8-bit love to you too, dude.
You too, Hito.
Yep.
Quiero mucho.
Yep. All right. So the next person that's going to be on the list on who gets to speak, I am going to be bringing on my 170. You'll be next.
There you go. Just had to turn back my camera.
Yep.
All right. Yes. Hello, everyone. Me.
Hello. Good to see you. Good to have you.
Good to be back here. Yes.
Yes, because I had you on for the Mario discussion with 112. That was a lot of fun when we did that earlier in the year, and it was around the time the Mario movie. I believe it was around the time the Mario movie just came out.
It was around. I think it was like a few weeks before that. I think it was like a couple of weeks before, around after PAX, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I did play. So I wasn't playing a lot of new games this year, but I did play a good amount of them. Honestly, I think probably the obvious standout for a lot of us here is probably be Tears of the Kingdom. That game was, I mean, it expanded on a lot of what made Breath of the Wild so good and added a lot of other new stuff. I mean, you could go and shoot Koroks to the moon, or you could just make all these different devices and make all sorts of cool things. It was always my favorite. Like, I always enjoyed like watching YouTube shorts and TikToks of people just making ridiculous things in the game. So always a good time.
Yes.
I haven't gotten a chance to play it, but I am looking forward to playing Sea of Stars at one point. I am so overdue for playing that, but I haven't had the chance to yet, but I would love to play it at some point. Mario Wonder I also had a lot of fun with. I really did I enjoyed playing Mario Wonder a lot. It added a lot to the 2D Mario experience that I feel has been like, it really felt like a very expressive game compared to like the new Super Mario Brothers games that have been out for a while. Pikmin 4, Fire Emblem Engage I also really enjoyed a lot. I like Fire Emblem a lot, and I do think Engage was a good time. I do feel now what was lacking in the story, it made up for in the gameplay. I do think that the gameplay overall was better than Three Houses, even though the story was kind of lacking compared to Three Houses, but overall, I did enjoy Engage quite a bit. What else? I'm trying to think of another one. The Super Mario RPG remake was a lot of fun. I did play it, and I did enjoy it. I think it really it feels like it's new enough for people that play the original enjoy it, but and it adds new stuff too. And so whether you've played or not, it's definitely a fun game to play overall. Let's see. Oh yeah, and adding on to what he said, Pikmin 4 was also a lot of fun. I think it's probably the Pikmin game I put the most time into so far.
Yeah.
And yeah.
All right. Yeah, Pikmin 4 is a game I still have to play at some point. I I actually need to go back and play Pikmin 1 first. Like I need the whole series. I got to play them all.
Well, now you can, because those also came out this year.
Yep. Like I got the whole thing. 1, 2, 3, and 4 all on Switch. So eventually I will gladly get into the series. And Mario Wonder was a great time. So I still have to play Sea of Stars at some point. I was going to start that up, but I've been busy, so I will start that up soon. Yeah. So that's all the games that you wanted to talk about today?
That's pretty much it. I don't want to touch too much because I'm sure other people are going to say other similar things. So I kind of want to. So that's all I that's all I have on my mind right now. But thank you for letting me chat today.
Hey, no problem, dude. Thank you for coming on. I will probably have you again in the future for the podcast. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
But thanks for being a part of this episode, My 170, and I appreciate you discussing your favorite games of this year. So, thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be lurking in the background.
No problem.
Okay.
All right. Next up is MMG Mike. Mike?
Hey, good to see you, Pete. Thanks for having me on again as usual.
Thanks for coming in as always. I appreciate having you on. So tonight we got the best games of 2023. What are the ones you would consider to be the best?
I see. It's kind of hard to decide because I mean a lot came out this year. Honestly, a would-be pick for me. I mean, I can't really say I like this game yet because I didn't get to play too much before my Discord got hacked. But I was really starting to enjoy Mario RPG from the little bit I played of it. But next year I actually want to give Mario RPG a fair shot. But that's just a honorable mention. But in terms of my games for 2023, Mario Brothers Wonder is definitely one of them on the list. Like, I feel like Mario Wonder feels like what the Mario series should be doing for the 2D era, because I feel like it was a good answer to what Mario Maker was trying to do.
Yeah.
Like, Mario Maker, we had a lot of great stuff, but we didn't know what Nintendo was going to do to keep it fresh. But, again, huge shout out to the development team for not, like, actually having time crunch or giving the developers, like, a lot of time to just mess with all the physics and all the level ideas. And it really shows in how special the gameplay kind of is for Mario Wonder. And I had a really good time playing with all of you guys, and I especially enjoyed the fact that I did almost the entire game as Yoshi exclusively, because if I had to give one criticism for Mario Wonder, though, I would have to say that maybe in the next game, let it be that way every character could just be able to either get hit or not hit.
Yep.
Also being able to, like, actually, like, let Yoshi and Nabbit be able to get all the power-ups, but having all the character choices was absolutely phenomenal for that.
Yeah.
In terms of Nintendo's other games, I didn't get a chance to finish it yet, but Pikmin 4 is another good one on the list that I really did enjoy what I ended up playing up until, because I didn't get the chance to beat the game, but Ochi is definitely best boy, and I will fight anybody that says otherwise.
Yes.
Because Ochi being part of Pikmin 4 was probably one of the best things that's been done for the Pikmin series as well, because Ochi, I felt like, brought a whole fresh dynamic, and the fact that you could upgrade him as well throughout the game is a phenomenal thing also.
Yep.
But other than that, I mean, DLC-wise, I'm going to also give an honorable throw out to Sonic Frontiers Last Horizon. The brand new story mode that finished off Sonic Frontiers, it gave us the final boss fight that we actually should have gotten in the first place.
Yeah.
I gotta say, though, even though I enjoyed playing as Amy, Tails, and Knuckles, Knuckles was kind of broken, even though I think they kind of fixed him in the most recent patch. But Master Coco's trial could kind of die in a fire, because that was a pain in the ass to deal with.
Yep.
Like, Master Coco's trial, if you try doing that on hard, I do not recommend it. Suck up your pride and just play it on easy and then just get through the final trial.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, this also was a pretty decent year for kart racers. Specifically, I want to give a shout out to Disney Speedstorm. Even though I didn't get a chance to play towards the later half of the year, I got to enjoy quite a bit of it, especially when they did the whole Toy Story arc in their game.
Yep.
I know that Toy Story is one of my honestly, Toy Story is my all-time favorite Disney Pixar movie, so seeing Andy's room being all bought out and Speedstorm getting to play as Woody and Buzz with all the special power-ups and everything that was honestly like a highlight of this year in terms of kart racing, along with the Mario Kart Deluxe Booster Course Pass being finished off, which is also kind of bittersweet.
Yeah.
And then I guess if I had to give one more final game to kind of talk about, this one I kind of have to put on there as one of my top games because it made a lot of good memories with you and everybody else, and that has to be Party Animals.
Yes, Party Animals.
Now, I don't know if I'm going to be the only one that's going to talk about Party Animals tonight, but watching that game be in development for like 2 or 3 years and finally getting to see that come to light this year, and just seeing how well polished it is as a party/fighting game, it's more of a party game, but I mean, I feel like Party Animals is just a better version of Gang Beasts, but with a lot more polish. And I'm really excited to see that they're already starting to do collabs and stuff, like with Cabbage Dog and adding more stage packs. Hopefully down the line, since they're part of Microsoft and Xbox, I think a little bit. I'm hoping that Banjo-Kazooie and Conker get skins in the game like they did with Ori and Naru.
Yeah.
But honestly, Party Animals, I'm looking forward to playing that with you and the others again next year when they add more maps, because I know that they end up adding in more maps and stuff recently. So I'm honestly looking forward to seeing what is in store for Party Animals next year.
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
Other than that, pretty much, I guess that's my top games of 2023, pretty much.
yeah, 2023 was a great year overall. Like just having like all those games in general. Like I still have, again, like I said, like with my 170, that I still have to get into the Pikmin series and play the games at some point.
Yeah, no, honestly, Pikmin 4 is a phenomenal game, and when you get up to it, I think you're going to be very impressed, especially if you get to try out 1, 2, and 3, and just watching how much the Pikmin series has actually evolved over the years, because I've only personally played 1, 3, and 4, but
Yeah.
those, going from like 1 to 3 and then 3 to 4 is like night and day difference, and I think you'll really enjoy it when the time comes.
Oh yeah, totally. I will eventually get myself to the Pikmin series. It's just a matter of when and how like I would actually play them, but I'll figure it out. But
Same way, I gotta make sure I figure out playing Mario RPG next year as my first game of 2024, so I can finally knock that off my bucket list.
oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, like that. I highly recommend it. You would absolutely love the game. Trust me, you would. But yeah, so that's everything for you, Mike.
Yeah, pretty much. As always, I appreciate you being an awesome friend as always, this year, Pete. And, thanks for having me on as always. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for coming through again. I'll have you again at some point in the next season, Mike. So thank you.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right, man, take it easy.
Yep. All right. So next up, the next person to be a part of this is going to be, I am going to bring in Homecoming. Homecoming, you're here?
I sure am. I sure am.
Well, welcome, Homecoming.
Hey. So yeah, I am going to basically, before I get into my games of the year, little quick shout outs. Pikmin 4 is a runner up. I just didn't have enough time with it, but it was really good. Another shout out to another game would be Prison City, which for those of you who are fans of like Contra and stuff like that should definitely look into. Prison City was actually a game that I got a review code for, and it ended up being just a phenomenal time. But then one final other one that I want to give a quick shout out to before I get into my list. Well, actually two. A, Marvel Snap, still playing it a year later, and B, I will have to say Ghost Trick HD. A lot of great remasters have come out this year, but Ghost Trick was, as someone who had great Ace Attorney, like the Chronicles, as my game of the year in 2021, finally being able to play a Shu Takumi game I could not get my hands on because of the price and stuff like that, or accessibility, really lit it up for me. And it almost, you can tell a great remaster when people who have not experienced it, or those who have experienced it like it was something new. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, first of all, it was great being on your show this year. I had a lot of fun, and thanks for having me here tonight as well. And it's great to be here with all these wonderful people, all these for those of you here in this call who I have met before, very nice to meet you. If I haven't met you, or if I have met you, great to see you again. If I haven't met you, you are all very nice, very cool, positive, cool people, and I hope to see you again.
Yes.
But now, into my list. We're starting with number 3. Thank you, Caitlin.
Yep.
Starting with number 3 is going to be Mario Wonder. Mario Wonder was one of those things where it was kind of funny. People were like, oh, where's Mario at? Where's he been? We got Mario Strikers Battle League. Where's he been? And suddenly after the news broke, Nintendo's like, here's where he's been, and here's Princess Peach Showtime, and Mario RPG, and Thousand Year Door Remaster, and Mario Kart DLC, and all this stuff. And the floodgates of Mario opened this year. Like, the floodgates of Mario opened this year, and Mario World is one of my favorite games. This game took a lot of loving inspiration from Mario World. They even brought the spin jump back. Who thought we'd see that back?
Exactly.
Since Mario Land 2.
Yeah.
And yeah, even some areas where people think it might fall short, like with the bosses and so on, I think this is a great first step forward. The graphics are great, the music is great, it's full of personality and charm, and I absolutely adore it. I can't wait to see what this... Supposedly it was made by a newer team. I can't wait to see what this team has given the keys to the world of Mario, because it was just so creative. It was so inventive. Like, the Wonder Flowers alone, I honestly hope, maybe not overused, but I hope the Wonder Flowers get another game.
Yes.
I think the Wonder Flowers hold so much potential in them. I also, as someone who loves sound design, loves the sound the Wonder Flowers make when you touch one, and just seeing the world around you change. I love that one. And Mario Wonder ended up being a part of a very special day, but I'll get back to that day with another pick. So for the second one, I'm going to have to paint a picture. It is, for my number 2 game, it's a cold January day, there's snow on the ground, and Microsoft announces a presentation. You know what? I'm just folding laundry. I'm going to put this on. This is fine. And, watching... shout outs to one of the communities that brought me and so many of my friends together, GVG, reacting to it, and oh, what's this game? Wow, this looks incredible. I'll have to try it out when it comes out. It's coming to Game Pass. It's coming out tonight, and that game was Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush somehow came out in January, and it literally, in a rock and roll sense, blew the doors off of the place. It literally kicked in the gates of 2023 and said, you know what, Microsoft deserves a W. The graphics, the music, the design, the gameplay, everything blending together is like a song that you want to listen to on repeat over and over again. That is how much I adore Hi-Fi Rush. I replayed it again later in the year, like, oh, maybe some other games are, surpass. Nope. Hi-Fi Rush stayed my game of the year starting in January and only got surpassed very recently. It just really stuck with me. The art design, the gameplay, it deserves all the love it's gotten. I hope it even someday gets a physical release. I would love to support the studio that way, but seeing all the praise that it's gotten and everything that's been, it kind of really speaks to the quality that game, I'm thinking about it 11 months later. And for my number one, I had to wait on a little bit. So I played Mario Wonder while I waited for my number 1 pick. And as soon as it installed, I picked up my DualShock controller, and my number 1 of the year is Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 and Mario Wonder coming out on the same day made this year so incredibly special. And Spider-Man 2 just narratively fit for me. There's a lot to say about Spider-Man 2 that's probably been said already, but just the story, the characters, the world itself, the quality of life improvements that they added to it. Spider-Man 2 really shows that the team at Insomniac knows what they are doing, and I could trust them with literally anything. I could trust the team Insomniac to make a good Bubsy game if we really ever so wanted to. I could trust.
Wow.
I could trust Insomniac. You know what? It's if Sony. I could trust Insomniac with Gex or Bubsy, and they would make a masterpiece out of it. So, like, just the fact that Insomniac is still pulling in great games, and we are pulling for the employees at Insomniac.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all will bounce back from what happened.
Yes.
I hope. I'm not looking at anything because I'm going to support them full force. I hope Wolverine sells 1 billion copies when I'll be there. I'll be there day one because I trust this studio so much that I don't even need to watch trailers to pick up their games anymore. Mm-hmm. They are just a great team. So yeah, we stand in support of them. And Spider-Man 2, I'm saying as little as possible because it is one of those experiences that I know we've heard it, a cinematic experience that I don't want to spoil for people. So yes, Spider-Man 2 is my game of the year, and I just love the fact that I now also know when we are going to get a third Spider-Verse movie, because every year that a Spider-Verse movie has come out, an Insomniac Spider-Man game has come out, because we got both those in 2018, we got both of those this year. So whenever the third Insomniac game comes out, that's when the third Spider-Verse is going to come out. Boom.
Yes.
They coincide with each other. I think that's a fun coincidence. But yes, Spider-Man 2 is my absolute game of the year. I platinumed it. It is the only game on PlayStation that I platinumed this year, but I could not put it down. I beat it within a week of beating it. Miles's game. Miles's game was a bright spot that came out during COVID. Miles's was a very welcome holiday gift and a PS5 launch. It was a great launch title to a console I couldn't get my hands on for 3 years because of the chip shortage. But Miles's game is fun as well. But yes, Spider-Man 2 is... Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my 3 games of the year.
And
also for...
Go ahead.
I was going to say also a hidden gem of the year, just a little hidden gem for people. If you like Scott Pilgrim, my favorite indie game of this year was Thirsty Suitors. Play Thirsty Suitors. It is Paper Mario mixed with Scott Pilgrim, but instead of fighting for your partner's exes, you're fighting your own, and that immediately already makes the story incredibly engaging because it's like your main character struggles. So yes, Thirsty Suitors is absolutely worth it. Definitely pick that one up. That's my hidden gem. That it's that game where, unless proven otherwise, I feel like I'm the only person who played that game this year.
Well, that's a game I have to play in the future because I've heard nothing but great things about Thirsty Suitors.
Yeah. But yep, those are my games of the year. Thank you so much for having me, Shell.
Hey, Homecoming, thanks for coming in. I'll definitely have you once again next year. We'll figure everything out.
Sounds wonderful.
Yes. All right. You take care, dude. And the next person that's going to be on the list of who gets to speak, I am going to be bringing up CRCalkos. Calkos, you there?
Hello, yes, I am here.
Welcome, Calkos. Do you have a webcam set up?
No, I do not, sorry.
It's all good. Okay. Still, welcome. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Glad to have you here. So we have the season finale tonight, which is the best games of 2023, and everybody has their own best games of the year. So I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Okay. All right, I guess the previous guest gave 3 picks, so I'll give 3 picks.
Yes.
My number 3 pick is Street Fighter 6. It is nice to see a franchise that faltered for a very long time come back to prominence in the way that it did. It nails all the basics. It's got the best netcode on the market. It's got a great battle hub feature to meet and play with other people. It's got a comprehensive ranked mode that seems to use skill-based matchmaking. The training options are incredible. There's a whole Yakuza game in there. World Tour is just a 20 to 25 hour campaign, and they keep adding to it. But really, the crown jewel, I think that really makes Street Fighter 6 shine is the modern controls. Now, I used to be a competitive fighting game player, so I know the motions, I do the combos, I do all that stuff.
Yes.
And I've been playing on and off for about 15 years. But I understand that some people just don't wanna. I get it, okay? And I think modern controls are a great compromise. If people are going to use the easier combos, it does slightly less damage, but the point is not for them to win. The point is for them to play the game.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. I think modern is one of the best accessibility options I've ever seen in a game, and I hope that other fighting games do something similar in the future. You give people like me, the nerds like me, the ability to use their hands in a way that is satisfying to them, and you give other players who just don't wanna the ability to not wanna. My number 2 pick was Returnal. So that game came out in PS5 back in 2021, but it came out this year, early this year on PC. And I've been wanting to play this for a couple of years, never had a PS5, had to wait for the port, and I gotta say I was very impressed. It was everything I wanted to be. It was high-octane action and colorful environments that are pushing the limits of my machine, and you die a lot, which is, par for the course for a game like this.
Yes.
I think Returnal does have its flaws. There are problems with it that are, well, I wouldn't say problems, but they're very strange design decisions. Like, if you see health drops on the ground, if you need health, you get health. But if you have maximum health, they increase your maximum health, which means you're only going to get the health pickups when you don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's these strange design decisions that actually attracted me to the game, because I like it when games do things a little differently. The story was also phenomenal, and it blindsided me in a way that I didn't think it was going to. I still think about it. I still think about the ending, and I still think about the twist. It's wonderful storytelling. It's a unique game, although it's not unique for the developer Housemarque. They've been making games like this forever, and Sony's just basically been giving them more and more money until they can make something like Returnal, which they did, and I'm glad that they did. I think Returnal is wonderful. If you haven't played it, you really should give it a shot. But for a long time, there wasn't a game that really touched me in a way that previous years had. Like in 2022, it was Elden Ring. In 2021, it was Psychonauts 2. But not until about 3 weeks ago did I actually play my game of the year, and it came from a place that is very unlikely for anybody who knows me. My game of the year for 2023 was Dredge. I never thought I could get into a fishing game. I really couldn't. I tend to avoid fishing modes or fishing minigames in my video games. And here's a game that's basically just one big fishing minigame, and it's absolutely wonderful. I love it when a game can change my perception of a genre or an archetype and make me believe that it is in fact fun.
Yeah.
The world is fun to explore, although it is very small, and the game is very terrifying at night. I definitely will remember some of those monsters for a while. I just think Dredge is a magical, wonderful experience, and I recommend it to anybody.
I haven't really heard too much about Dredge, but it's a game that I would like to give it a shot at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the only negative thing about Street Fighter 6 that I could probably think of was when we got the Ninja Turtles costumes. It's not the costumes themselves. They look great. The pricing was the worst. The
pricing was pretty bad.
$15 each. But yeah, other than that, all 3 games sound really good, and I'm glad that you came on tonight to talk about the games that you love for this year.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
By the way, just a quick shout out to Zaliver Nelson for him and his team making El Paso Elsewhere. It's their first game that made overwhelmingly positive on Steam, which is a goal that they've been working for a very long time. So congratulations to them. The game El Paso Elsewhere is also very good, and you should try it.
All right, sounds good. All right, Calkos, thank you for coming in, dude.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
No problem. If I have a topic for you for the future, I'll let you know.
Please do. Thank you.
All right, you take care, dude.
You too.
All right. So the next person that I'm gonna have to talk about their favorite games, Michael McCaw, you are next. Michael McCaw, welcome.
Hey, how you doing? It's been a while.
It's been a while, dude. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, man?
I am doing great. So 2023 was the year we got like a plentiful amount of games that a lot of people absolutely love, and I would like to hear what do you have to say for this year.
Well, I gotta say, I was pretty much hacked from January till now. I had maybe like 2 months where I was just working through like backlogged games, but like this whole year has been like one hit after another. Now I'm primarily, like many people here, a Nintendo gamer. I don't play a ton of games on other systems, mostly because I just don't have easy access to them where I currently am. Just either Nintendo or PC. So most of my picks are going to be mostly Switch focused, but there will be a couple of PC picks in there. And I want to start out with one that I don't think has been brought up yet. In January of this year, we got the indie game Pizza Tower, and that has just like that. We knew about that game for a while, but it really just like kind of came out of the gate and just took over. People love that game, and for good reason. It's just a very fun, like almost kind of Wario Sonic, like mashed up kind of gameplay style. I think it's really fun, and I think it's definitely there's definitely a challenge there for people that want to get the high scores and the high rankings on it. It's a very sorry, I was just looking at chat there for a second. It's a very, very fun game, and it definitely deserves the praise it's gotten over the years. Excuse me, not years. That's only been out a year. And yeah, I can't wait to see what the future of that dev's work lies and what happens because I think Pizza Tower itself, it got an update for Halloween, so I'm not sure if it's going to be getting any more content down the road, but they did excellent work with it, and I think it's absolutely deserving of being considered like on the top indie games, PC games of the year.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, it feels like it's been out for years. Yeah, it feels like the controls are the controls are so tight. It's such a refined game, and I think that's part of the appeal of why it's so nice. That, and it's just really fun for speedrunning.
Yeah.
And of course, we had a ton of remakes, re-releases, remasters this year. Just to throw off a couple here, Metroid Prime in March. Metroid Prime Remaster was absolutely amazing. I have not played the Prime series before, and experiencing that game for the first time through that remaster was an experience. Like everything about it felt so polished. It felt like it was a new game that came out like this year, rather than a remake of like a 20-year-old GameCube game. It's something, and for me that's very high praise. I said the same thing about Chrono Trigger DS being feeling the same way when I back in the handheld episode. So when that's coming from me, that usually means a lot. We also saw I think my camera died there for a second.
Ooh. No, I see it on your end.
Okay. There we go. What else? Oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought now. Kirby, we got that Return to Dreamland remaster as well, and that was very fun. The mini game mode was really neat. The extra Magalore mode was really cool. Again, optimal way to experience that game. And I'm not someone who's played the Wii version, so it just feels like it was worth waiting to now experience that for the first time on the Switch. It was really great. We got the Advance Wars 1+2 reboot camp finally in April. I still haven't finished Advance Wars 1. I got all the way up to the last mission and stopped. But that's a fun game that I feel kind of unfortunately slipped under the radar a lot because of how long it was delayed to be released. Definitely think that if you could find that game on sale anywhere, it's worth picking up. It's a very fun tactical tactics RPG game. I'm not usually a strategy guy, but it's very accessible. The remake, I know some people have criticized how it looks and some of the just really the graphics, like the map graphics. I think they do the series justice.
Yeah.
I think they look great, and I think it's experiencing it through the Switch, you're going to get the same level of enjoyment as you'd get from the Game Boy Advance. That being said, I do hope Nintendo does bring the originals to the online service at some point. Yeah, it's the go but screw that final boss. Exactly. I feel the same way.
Yep.
That last mission, the last mission in Advance Wars 1 just ramps up the difficulty so high because it becomes like a base, like a build your army type battle as opposed to having a decent amount of pre-deployed units. So it's a bit of a difficulty jump, but I guess it gets you prepared for 2 in that regard. I played the GBA version, just not finished the Switch one. And I guess also while I'm working through the year of games here, Mega Man Battle Network Collection also came out that month, Legacy Collection. I know we've already talked about it. I have to give it a special shout out because Battle Network is near and dear to my heart. I have not really played a ton of the collection. I've kind of looked over it and I played 1 and most of 2, but just I'm just glad that it's available for like a new generation of gamers here, that people get to experience it in a new way, that there's online play, because it's all like it's as good as we could have hoped a Battle Network collection would have been, and I'm very happy it's here. I'm happy people like it. It apparently has sold very well. I think within the first month it already broke like 1 million units sold, so hopefully this means Capcom won't forget Battle Network and Star Force going forward. We'll hopefully be seeing more of that in the future.
I hope we get more.
Yeah, a Star Force collection I feel is going to be the first move there, but I think that either way we could be poised to get new content in those series finally after we eventually get X9.
Yeah, X9. Yeah, I would love that. And or Legends Collection. Yeah.
Yeah, Legends Collection too. I think they're both going to happen.
Yeah.
Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, I mean, what can I say about that game? It was excellent. I put in like 200 hours into it. I feel that it was better in a lot of ways from Breath of the Wild, but at the same time, there's a little the wow factor. I guess that was kind of missing from it, just because Breath of the Wild came out Switch release day. The system was new, the game style was new for Zelda. It was all just like a big that really hit you in the face.
Yeah.
Tears of the Kingdom, I feel maybe it was a little slower to pick up on purpose. Like they really wanted to make it go a little slower from the get-go so you get used to the new mechanics. It definitely added a lot more to do overall, and I think that's great. I think that's what a sequel to Breath of the Wild should have done. Personally, I would rank it about the same as Breath of the Wild overall in terms of my enjoyment. I still say it comes dangerously close to being my game of the year, but it's taken second or third place for me, I think, overall, after everything else I've experienced. And yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on Tears of the Kingdom just because I know a lot of other people here are probably going to bring it up and mention it over the course of the night. So I'm going to move on, and I'm just going to bring up a couple more games that came out over the summer. The Ghost Trick Remaster, again, we've brought that up already. I played the original, and this remaster does it justice. It's excellent. I think it's an amazing Shu Takumi written story or directed story that any fan of like his work should experience. Definitely worth checking out. There is a free demo that you could carry progress over in, so absolutely recommend checking that out and giving it a shot. It's a very unique. The way the game plays is very unique. It's just a good time, and the music is top notch. The composer for that game did such an amazing job.
Yeah.
A couple more games. There was the Katamari remake in June. Again, I'm first time I experienced it. I loved it. It was great. I'm bringing that mostly because Bandai Namco tends to put those remakes on sale very often. So if you're in the mood for something new and you haven't played a Katamari game before, definitely keep your eye out for that. I'd also like to give a shout out to a lesser promoted game. The company CyberConnect 2, who's mostly known for doing the dot hack games and also a lot of the anime 3D brawlers like the Naruto, I believe it's Ninja Storm or Ultimate Ninja games.
Yes.
And they also did the JoJo fighting game for the Switch and I think its previous version as well on the older consoles. They put out a series called Fuga Melodies of Steel. The second game in that series came out this year. It's on Switch and PC. I believe it's on Xbox. In fact, I think it's on Game Pass right now, or it might have left. It's a turn-based RPG / life sim. It's very linear, in the way the game progresses, but it's a very charming, well-crafted game. It's essentially the series in general is about a bunch of kids trapped in kind of a war that's going on in their homeland. They're all little anthropomorphic dogs and cats. They're fighting up against. They're going up against essentially they're going up essentially against Nazis, furry Nazis, and it's It sounds ridiculous on the surface, but it's actually a very well-told, emotional story that if you don't play it well, you end up making sacrifices with your characters, and it can be very heartbreaking.
Yeah.
I definitely recommend trying those out. They have a demo as well, 1 and 2. They're on Steam, Switch, Xbox. Definitely worth checking out. The soundtrack is beautiful. If you ever played any of the Dot Hack games, it's the same composer.
Yes.
If you've played any other games in that series, Fuga is actually part of like a larger series as well with some other non-RPG cult classic games.
I think a Tail Concerto for the PS1
Yes.
and Solo to Robo for the DS was another game in that series, from what I remember.
Yeah, they're both other entries in it. They're all great. Fuga's the most accessible now because it's on modern consoles, and the soundtrack is just lovely. Is it like the Fire Emblem games? No, it's more of a straightforward like RPG.
Yeah.
You have 3 party slots, and you just kind of choose your attacks from a menu.
Yeah.
The game runs on like a linear path, so that's kind of what separates it from other RPGs. And there's also like a life sim element to it.
Yeah.
To build bonds with your characters. It's really cool.
Yep.
And again, moving along here, we had a packed few months. The last few months, we had the Pokemon DLC, Mario Wonder, F-Zero 99.
Yes.
The Mario RPG remake. We had WarioWare 2, which I mean, some people are kind of mixed on that. I enjoyed it. Those are all amazing. I could talk about all 5 of those for like hours. Still playing through the Pokemon DLC myself, actually. So I'm gonna be finishing that up soon, hopefully. But Mario Wonder was like masterclass in platforming. I don't think there's anything I could say that other people probably won't say way better. F-Zero 99 was a great twist on the F-Zero formula.
Yes.
A great way to bring it back to the fold after so long, being gone for so long. WarioWare Move It, again, I know it was criticized. I enjoyed most of what I played of it. It really does feel like a successor to the Wii game, and that's really cool because Smooth Moves is definitely one of the best in the series. Pokemon DLC, I really want to give a shout out to just based on the strength of the story. I'm definitely enjoying the character interactions in it. Even if the game is still a little buggy. I'd say more than a little, but it's very enjoyable. If you enjoyed Scarlet and Violet, you'll absolutely enjoy the DLC for it as well.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Mario RPG Remake is kind of the last like big one this year. That game, Mario RPG is super near and dear to my heart. I've played it, I've streamed it, I've experienced it so many times, and getting to experience it again in like a full 3D remake, which has been lovingly recrafted, like faithfully reproduced while keeping some new stuff in there. It worked so well, and I can absolutely say that if there's any remake of an old game that's worth the full price of entry, it is Super Mario RPG. That game just knocked it out of the park.
Yep.
Yeah, it is an ideal remake. I would not even hesitate to say that it is like the ideal remake.
It is.
And that kind of covers like the whole year, except for my game of the year, actually, which I purposely skipped over. So back in February, we got what is likely going to be the last game in the Theater Rhythm franchise from a collaboration between Square Enix and Indie Zero, who is known for making really good rhythm games. We got Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line.
Yeah.
Now this on the surface is it's a standard rhythm game. If you've played any of the other Theater Rhythm games, if you've played any sort of hit the button to the beat games, it's just that mostly. But the amount of detail and the amount of songs in the game that you get, even at the base price of $50, you get like 350 songs, and then for another 50, you're getting like another 160 on top of that. Yeah. It's a ridiculous amount of songs. The gameplay is just so polished. The feat system, the achievement system, the multiplayer, everything is just so good. It's brought the series to like if this is indeed the end of Theater Rhythm, the FEET. No, Caitlin. I mean FEAT, like the achievement system. If this is truly where Theater Rhythm is ending, especially for the Final Fantasy aspect of it specifically, this was like such a great note to go out on. The DLC was all great. It was all like other Square Enix DLCs or Square Enix titles. They ended it with a Final Fantasy 16 pack, which 16 was a huge game this year as well, one that I personally did not get to experience yet. So can't really say much about it. But again, it was just like an amazing experience playing it over the course of the year and playing those DLCs as they came out. Just getting to that point where that last pack came out and just enjoying it every step of the way. It's simple. It's a simple game overall, but I would say that Theater Rhythm, just based on how often I went back to it and how much I played it and just how addicting it is absolutely my game of the year. And I think that's that's saying something given how many great games came out this year in general.
Yes, there was so many great games that came out this year, but that's all the games that you have to share with us today.
Yeah, I'd say that covers just about everything.
All right. Thank you for coming through. Let me quickly give you a shout out because for those who are not following Michael McCaw, go check them out. And thank you once again for being a part of this. I will have you again in the future.
Absolutely. It was great being here.
Yep. All right. Take care.
Take care.
All right. So the next person that's going to be coming up is the Shiny one. Shiny, welcome.
Hey, just give me 1 second to turn my camera on. 1 minute.
All right. Oh. Hey, Shiny.
Hey.
All right. Oh. And thank you for the bits as well. Okay, so now ad break is over. Let's talk game of the year. Shiny, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing swell, man. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. So 2023 was an absolute blast when it comes to all these games that came out this year. What are your favorites?
So, I mean, I played, I'm trying to think, look when I did my Steam, just on Steam alone, my wrap-up, I think, is for the year, it said I played 90 different games, which is crazy, because I didn't even think that I really played that many, but, I would say, my top four, one being not Steam, but, I would say probably my top game of the year was probably Marvel Midnight Suns. Yeah, I was amped when they announced the game, and then when Fire Access announced how it was gonna be a card system, a lot of people got turned off on the idea that I was like, no, that sounds amazing actually. And then when they showed gameplay, I was like, yeah, okay, this game looks fucking rad. What are you guys talking about? And I don't know if the game's going to get a sequel, but the way that they ended the game after you beat it, definitely leaves off that's a possibility that they can do a sequel. But I just like the mechanics of it. I like the alternate costumes. The story is whatever, but mechanic-wise and gameplay-wise, it's very satisfying. You can increase the difficulty as much as you want to make it super baby story, or you can make it balls to the wall, incredibly tough.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my game of the year. And it plays great on the Steam Deck now that they have support on it. It's really fun.
Yes. Yeah, I still have to play it because I know I'll have to pick it up on Steam at some point. The game looks really fun.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. If you are interested in picking it up, I think my subscription to Humble Choice runs out next month, and everyone, if you are interested, is going to be one of the feature games next month. So you can pick it up for $12 along with not an ad for Humble, but if you want to get the game cheap, that's probably going to be your best opportunity to get it.
Oh, nice. I'll definitely look into that. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So what else do you got?
Number two, I won't touch on it as much because it's already been said, but Baldur's Gate 3, October, August and September, that was all I played. Nothing else. I still haven't beaten the game, but that game was just so fun. I think I have 70 hours on it alone. Nah, I'm kidding. I actually have 94. Anyway, that game was just really fun. I still haven't beat it. I'm in the last act. I'm halfway through it. It's just really good. I don't know what else could be said. It's just really JK. Well, yeah, I know. I have a terrible time keeping track of my games. Yeah, it's really cool. The voice acting is amazing. The art's amazing. Just such a variety of different things. It's just a cool game. It's already been said, but it's just a really fun game.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is a game that I would love to play in the future. They're the thing is, there's so many games. And that game I know is going to take up a lot of my time. I know that for a fact. So Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. I hear great things about it. Like,
Yeah, I think my wife, sunk 30 hours in just into Act 1. I'm probably around the same mark too. This is the first two acts are so heavy. Act 3 is kind of light, but yeah, it just there's a lot that goes down. There's just a lot of things you can do in it. It's just there's so much stuff that you can do in that game. It's great.
oh yeah, yeah. Like, what other games would you choose as like the best for this year?
I may have missed it before, but out of curiosity, have you said what your top games are yet?
Oh, I'm gonna go on last after everybody.
Okay, I'm gonna take a stab at one of them being this because I know you're a big fan of it too. Is Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection?
Oh, that's a good one. Yes.
Yeah, it'd be cool if they added, if they do another one for the Mega Man Star ones. I never played those, never got into them, but like I never got a chance to play Mega Man Battle Network 6. I still haven't played it yet. I'm almost done with 5, but it's really cool that they brought back the entire series. They added a different, a bunch of modded stuff into it, like someone said it before, the Buster mode, which makes it you can one shot, so you can just build your story, which makes it great. Even when I was in high school, like the amount of extra content that they started adding there, like Bang Man Battle Network 2 and 3 are like alone. Like I think out of my all 5 games that I played, 3 is probably my favorite when they started splitting them off into being Pokemon 1 and 2 type games. But just there's just so much you can do. Like the bonus zone that you can do. The difficulty just got really tough with the time trial challenges, trying to get the version 3 of all the boss chips. It's just really cool. And then like when they started doing the crossovers with Django with Boktai, which I would kill to get a new Boktai game.
Yes.
It's never gonna happen, but I would love it. Boktai was the fucking shit. I remember back when I was in high school, when I used to work the flea market with my dad, when his friend ran a Carhartt thing. When I was on my break, I would just be out there just playing it under the being sun. Just such a great game, man. But yeah, all the cool stuff that you can do in the Legacy Collection, and the bonus stuff which I didn't even know about was, I think they started introducing it in like 4 and 5 and 6, was like the Japan exclusive stuff with like I don't know what they're called, like the special cards or whatever that like allows you to unlock certain abilities and stuff like that. It's just a really like, it's the year for like re-releases, remasters, all like that. The Legacy Collection was definitely worth the price tag of $60. If people say it wasn't, I don't know what you're talking about. That's like you're talking $10 a game. Like It was worth it to me 100%.
Yes. That was absolutely a good collection. I still got to play 4, 5, and 6, which I'm going to be doing next year. Because I play 1, 2, and 3. And personally speaking, I know a lot of people prefer 3 over 2. For me, I'm the opposite. I kind of prefer 2 over 3 because I don't know. I just feel like in terms of the gameplay, it didn't really feel that much different. But I was kind of... There was like a couple of boss fights in that game in Mega Man Battle Network 3 that really pissed me off. I believe one of them had like those chess pieces and all that. I'm not sure if it was 3 or 2 that had it.
Oh yeah. Oh shit, what was his name?
What was his name?
Not Nightman. And I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he absolutely sucked. There was another boss that was like that too.
Kingman.
Is Kingman. Okay, yeah, Kingman. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I know it wasn't Nightman because that's that dude with the wrecking ball from 2.
Yeah. Yeah, the Kingman. Oh my god. Bubble Man was a pain in the ass in Battle Network 3 as well. Not as much as Kingman, but he was. But yeah, Battle Network series is definitely something I'm glad I played the first 3. Now I have to play the other 3 at some point next year. So yeah, there's that. Any other games you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this might be like I don't know if anyone's gonna say where like that, but personally for me, like the other game that like I'm pretty much on all the time, seriously, is I'm really on Fortnite all the time.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people aren't gonna say it; they might clown on it, but I don't know, man. It's the game I keep going back to after all this time.
Well, I have good news for you.
Really good.
I have good news for you. I'm in Fortnite now because I had a friend that gifted me 2 things: TMNT and also an Eminem skin. And I'm like, I'm in now.
Oh hell yeah, you're in there, baby. You're in there. Yeah, it's just a really good game. Like I know people are like, oh, it's collab, it's ads or stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, I get it. Again, you don't have to pay for it. Like you can play the game for free. Yeah, if you got some money to throw, like I don't even want to talk about how much money I spent in the game, realistically. But
yeah,
but yeah, as soon as they announced the TMNT collab, I'm like, no, I'm absolutely buying that. Like no question.
Yeah, I only have Donatello.
Raphael all day.
Yeah, I only have Donatello for now. I might get the other 3 at some point. Before they're out of the shop. But yeah, like I can't believe I even get into Fortnite. And like then again, I tried Fortnite 5 years ago and then I just got bored of it. But maybe because of the fact that I don't.
It's such a different game than what it was 5 years ago. Because like 5 years ago was when they launched Save the World, then they did Battle Royale as a spinoff, and then that just took off. And it's a lot of these like Warzone. I don't did PUBG. I don't remember if PUBG came out before or after, but all these
PUBG
different battle royales are trying to copy or do what Fortnite does. I'm like, well, Fortnite. There's a reason why Fortnite's still #1 BR. Realistically, I mean, and even then, you only have to believe like the fact that they have the Lego mode now, which is crazy as hell. Which is like, all right, Minecraft, we're coming after you. Okay, now they have the festival jam and festival main stage. I'm like, okay, now you got harmonics coming in, and they're talking about. They're going to try to be bringing back instruments and trying to support as many legacy instruments as they can. Which I have I have my my PS3 Rock Band guitar, which is what I used to play Clone Hero. And then you have Rocket Racing, which is just the beginning. I don't know, man. Like for a free game, there is so much shit you can do. It's fucking unreal.
Yes, like the fucking Rocket Racing, and I'm hearing rumors that they might incorporate something from the team that made Fall Guys. So perhaps I'm
hearing that too. Yeah,
they want to turn Fortnite into the Epic universe, which, if true, does not surprise me whatsoever. They have the money; they could do whatever they want. So, yeah, Fortnite, holy shit. Like, fucking Ready Player One, like, because you have all these characters. They got me with TMNT. I can't believe I hate them for that because I'm in now. Like it's fun. Like Zero Build, it's so much better than the standard Battle Royale mode. So much better.
God. A few people were saying that Zero Build wasn't gonna last that long, and it actually ends up making the game so much better. Like I liked Fortnite before when Bill, I'm like, yeah, all right, whatever. But like now you have Zero Build, I'm like, the game is 100% better without building. And if you want to build, hey, go for it. That's what you want to do. Go ahead, go build your cabin. I'm not gonna do that.
It makes the game a lot better. I hate Epic Games for this, but yeah, like, oh my god. Anyway, yeah, like Fortnite it just had one of the biggest turnarounds, especially this year alone. One of the biggest turnarounds ever. Like amazing. Do you have any other games you want to talk about?
I'd say probably I'll touch on briefly because I'll just might as well just say my other two for like my top games for like Steam. Just I'll be real quick just so you can move on to the next one. Is Cyberpunk 2077. I bought the game last year when it was half off. Never played it, totally forgot about it. Backlog, we all know that.
Yeah.
And then when they released the 2.0 update, I was like, all right, now's a good time. And then that pretty much. That game made me stop playing Baldur's Gate 3, and then that's where all my time went to play that. And I have, I want to say 60 hours. Let me double check. I'm going to probably be wrong again. 75. All right.
Yes.
So that's my other game that's really fun. Just it's a decent shooter. It's a lot of really cool mechanics into it. You got a really good computer to run it. It's cool. But yeah, the 2.0 update definitely turned that game around for sure. And then my last game is probably Deep Rock Galactic.
Yeah,
that's a great multiplayer game. And then now they're trying to do their own like spin-offs. Like they have I don't think they had a demo for it, but Deep Rock Survivor, which is supposed to be their version of a roguelike game or something like that. And then they have their other game, what was it, Deep Rock Survivor? I don't know. There's a bunch, and like I don't know. It's really cool that they're trying to make a bunch of different spin-offs, and it works. Like I played the demo for Survivor, which is kind of like a Diablo type game, and it works. It's so fun. I cannot wait for the full version to actually come out because I'm buying it day one.
Oh yeah, Yeah, I have not played Deep Rock Galactic yet, but I wouldn't mind giving it a shot at some point.
I think it's on sale right now. Yeah, man, it is on sale for $10.
Good deal. Very good deal.
Good.
All right. Well, yeah, like, so Shiny, thank you so much.
Of course, man. Thanks for having me on, and you might want to check your Steam inventory in like 5 to 10 minutes.
All right, will do. Thank you.
You're welcome, man. Much love, dude. I'll talk to you later.
Yep.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, take care, dude.
Bye.
Bye. All right, so the next person that's going to be on in terms of who's next, so I am going to be bringing on Cutie Caitlin. Caitlin, it is your turn. How you doing?
Yo, that's me. Hello.
How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm doing good. I'm excited. It's been fun listening to everyone's games.
Yep.
How about you, Shell? How you doing?
I am doing absolutely amazing. It's good. It's good having you back on after having you like in the previous episode with you and Gio where we were talking about Sega. That was a lot of fun.
Dude, hell yeah, love Sega. Let's go.
Yeah, girl, I'm excited for Sega. Let's go. Let's go. But tonight we're talking about our best games of the year. And it's your turn to tell us, Caitlin, what you think are the best games of 2023.
So first of all, because I'm not going to ever get a chance to mention this on a platform, go see Godzilla -1. It's still in theaters. Great movie. Fantastic. Don't need prior knowledge. But anyway,
yes.
Favorite games of the year. So I just wanted to do an honorable mention. This isn't in my like top games of the year or anything. Just it was super cute that the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog came out, and it was like a really fun sort of jab at like visual novel games in the Sonic series.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually canon, which is pretty funny. And just what a delightful little surprise that was. Just like a neat little 2 to 3 hour, don't really have to try visual novel. It was very cute.
You know, real talk, I actually forgot that was this year.
Yeah, it was April 1st.
Yes, it was. It was April Fool's. That's how you know there were so many games that came out this year.
Yeah, that's true. It's so funny that like this free visual novel about killing one of my favorite characters. Yeah, like I missed so many big games like Baldur's Gate 3, but of course I had to play the one where they killed my favorite mascot. And then another honorable mention for a game of the year that didn't come out this year. I played Symphony of the Night for the first time, and my God, that game's incredible. That game
it's a classic.
Great. Yeah, like I bounced super hard off Super Metroid. I don't like that game. I think I can't stand that game. But Symphony of the Night was just like premium. It just everything it did was so good, and then the soundtrack on top of it. And then last thing, funniest game I played this year was Waku Waku Sonic Patrol Car, which is a 1991 arcade game where Sonic, it's like a little 25-cent like grocery store ride for children. That was very funny. It's worthless. It's like 2 minutes long, and it's not a game. But anyway, games of the year. Homecoming, mentioned it earlier. Hi-Fi Rush. That game is phenomenal. It's like everything I love in platinum type games, like the character action games. But having it be a rhythm game where the rhythm technically isn't even required to beat the game is just so awesome. It's I want to say I beat the game and I only hit 50% of every note in the game, like roughly.
Yeah.
So like so trust me, you can beat the game without it. But like the characters, the style, the gameplay, the combos you can do, it's all so sick. It's so funny, and it like I want more of games like that from big companies. Like this is just a random thing Microsoft let them do, right?
Right.
Like, we don't care when you make it, but just know that it's going to be Xbox, Game Pass, and PC.
Right.
I don't care. I don't care about anything else. And they're like, okay. So they took their time and they made something really special and unique that no one would have seen coming. And it really, like, I've still considered going back and playing it yet again. Because God, when I finally got around to it, it was so good. And then my second favorite game of the year, probably Dead Space Remake, because so Super Mario RPG, a really good remake, but it was incredibly faithful, right? Like it did add a little bit of new content, right? But Dead Space Remake went that extra mile to enhance the experience of the original without throwing away what already worked.
Yeah.
It's still the behind the back third person shooter you know and love, but now more of the maps are like interconnected with each other. Isaac talks. He didn't talk in the original Dead Space, so there's a lot more story and lore. It's less about like Isaac just silently like watching people tell him what to do for 15 hours, and now it's like him legitimately trying to figure out what's going on and like all the crazy stuff he goes in. And it, like, as a horror experience, the lighting, man, the lighting improvements, it's so, like, obviously it's a new engine, but like it's so beautiful and the lighting is so good. I need to get back to it because they've patched it since I played it, and when I played it, it was apparently not well received in terms of its technical performance on PC at least.
Yeah.
But I'm so excited to jump back into it. I really hope for Dead Space 2 remake that they do the same thing but even more somehow, because that Dead Space 2 was already my favorite Dead Space game. This surpassed it. So that's how good it is now.
Wow.
So I can only imagine if they give that treatment to 2, what that is going to do.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, for my game of the year, as unexpected as this is, because if you told me going into 2023 that some of my favorite games of the year are going to be sequels to games you didn't like, I would call you crazy. Because I'm usually stubborn. I like what I like, and I don't like what I don't like. But Spider-Man 2 fucking blew me away, bud. That game was phenomenal. Like, it literally took everything I didn't like from the first Spider-Man game, which I do not like that game much, if at all. Like, I liked everything it tried, but 2 just went that extra mile. It took all the good parts of Miles Morales and then it cranked everything up to 10 and then some, you know? Like, the story is better, the combat is better, the upgrade systems, the side quests are all so good.
Yes.
Because all of them, like, what I don't like in a lot of games is when they have side content and it's all like just boring crap.
Yeah.
Right? Like, but in Spider-Man 2, all of the side quests have like some kind of like story attached to them, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but all of them have so much heart and soul in them that like they clearly came from passionate developers, right? And like that makes it hurt all the much more when, you know, shit like the Insomniac leak happened, right? Like all and like, you know, the layoffs at Insomniac after the game came out. Like it's just insanity that like this team of awesome fucking people put this literal gift for gaming together, and like that's what they were rewarded with, you know? Like, it's, man, I hope not only do they bounce back, I hope Wolverine's the greatest fucking thing they've ever made, because they deserve it. They deserve the credit for that, because like what they've done with Spider-Man 2 is nothing less than like a masterpiece. Truly like one of the pinnacles of modern gaming.
Well, I have to wait until when the PC version comes out, since I don't have a PS5 at the moment. But
noted.
I've heard great things about Spider-Man 2, and as someone who loves the Spider-Man series, I'm really happy that everyone loves this game, though, for those that played it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But also, real quick, Epic Man World, yes, 100%. If they do a Dead Space 3 remake, just make a new game called Dead Space 3. I don't care what you do with it, just don't do Dead Space 3.
Yeah, do a different Dead Space 3 than what actually happened originally. Yeah.
Right. New direction, new character, new format. Just don't do Dead Space 3 as it was.
Yeah. But yeah, Caitlin, thank you so much for coming in as always. I really appreciate having you on here.
Yeah, it was fun being here. The Sega chat was fun, and the Game of the Year chat is fun. So
yes,
excited to hear what everyone else has to say. Good night.
Yep. Take care. All right. So, next person to be up to speak, I am going to be bringing up Zenspath. You're next.
How's it going?
It's going good, dude. How you doing?
Doing good.
So you ready to talk about what games you thought were the best of this year?
I am. This has been an interesting year. I think we've talked about it before, at least I have on some of our stuff, where this is the greatest year, one of the greatest years for gaming, not a great year for developers. So first thing I just want to say is just keep in mind of like all the layoffs and everything that's happened throughout this year, to the point we've stopped covering it on our show. It's just become so depressing. We're just like, we can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I was actually going to say I was going to talk about that towards the end, and I'm going to talk a lot about that.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention it because it's something to kind of keep in mind. Just like we're celebrating these games, but the companies are not celebrating the people that make them, and that I think is the biggest problem.
It really is the biggest problem.
Continue on that one.
Oh yeah, totally. I have a lot to say about that, but
as do we all.
Yes, but yeah. What do you think are the best games of this year?
So, I do have to agree in regards with Dead Space Remake being an absolutely fantastic. This was a great year for remakes. Dead Space Remake came out. The audio design for that was just great. I played most of the game with headset on and a Series X. And then, Metroid Prime Remaster, when that came out, that was basically a celebration at my house. Mm-hmm. We had already bought 3 copies the night it was announced, digitally. And then we ordered and got 3 physical copies because myself, my son, and my youngest and my oldest. So we have so much Metroid Prime here. Because we didn't want to share. We were like, no, we're not going to, I'm going to get it, but you're not getting it. So my physical copy still isn't opened yet because I was like, well, I already have it digitally, but I wanted it.
Yeah.
But man, I didn't think they could do better with how they mix the controls, because I loved Metroid Prime 3 or Metroid Prime on the original GameCube. And then during the remake that they did for Trilogy, the motion controls I thought were such a great addition to how it ran.
Yes.
But then to mix that, especially if you play the Pro Controller and you have the aiming on for motion, that was perfection. I was so excited. It's like, okay, if they could eventually one day finish Prime 4, maybe it'll have these controls. One day.
Yes.
So that's definitely up there. But for my actual games of the year type thing, just to name off the top to go ahead and go into it, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yes.
Without a doubt, without a hesitation. There's been so many other games that came out, and I'm like, oh, that's great. I'm going to go back to Tears of the Kingdom now.
Yep.
And especially as much as I travel for work, which also great addition this year, I finally got to meet you in person.
Yes, I'm glad that I actually got to meet you in person this year.
So I appreciate you showing me around the world of Nintendo there.
Yep.
But yeah, Tears of the Kingdom I was playing on a lot of my traveling, a lot of time here at home. And for a game a lot of people kind of would write off thinking, oh, it's just Breath of the Wild again, kind of shows they never took a chance to play it. Because, yeah, the map is the same, but that's like saying, well, Grand Theft Autos are all the same because, some of them, or how many movies take place in New York? Well, they must all be the same. They're all in the same place.
Yeah.
But their stories are so widely different. Breath of the Wild pulled that off Tears of the Kingdom, sorry, even I mixed up the name.
Yeah.
Pulled that off beautifully with how Hyrule itself changed, but then you have the entire Sky World, then you have all of the Underworld, which was the biggest surprise to me. As soon as I dropped down there, I was like, what is going on?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And I spent so much time just brute forcing my way through there, figuring out little mechanics to cheat my way through, hopping over stuff or just making things, and I was nowhere near what other people were making. Like, the creativity I've seen is ridiculous.
Yes.
Beyond that, the games kind of, I wouldn't even say really go down from there, but that was my peak. But Baldur's Gate 3, is a title that I did not think I would play. But I ended up taking a chance on it simply because I found out after my brother passed a couple of years ago, he was one of the people playing it during the early access. And I could see on his Steam account, I could still see it on there, how much time he put into it. And I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to take a shot. I went ahead and bought it the day it came out. And I've been playing it just on my Steam Deck and have put an ungodly amount of time into that.
Yes.
It's one of the games I ended up buying both another PC that'll be here hopefully the next week or so, and a portable PC, a Legion Go, so I could play it even better, along with other stuff. And my oldest just got it on PlayStation 5. I'm waiting on my Series X physical edition to come in. And then my youngest just plays on my Steam version, so we'll be playing it, at least the three of us together, as soon as crossplay comes out. So that's great.
Mm-hmm.
But just for such a playground of being able to do stuff, and it's very much like how Zelda was, where you can talk to somebody and whatever you did is probably completely different from theirs. Everybody has a story that they can tell, and that's the biggest draw of that game, is sharing those stories, just like normal D&D.
Yes.
You know, you have the same rules, but you all do different things.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I have to go with Spider-Man 2.
Yes.
Because that has been a great game. And yes, I have been going through with all the pictures I took while I visited, seeing if I can find spots in the game. I found a few of them. It's kind of nice. And while I was there, I'd be driving around in a cab going, oh, no, I've seen that. I know where that's at in Spider-Man.
Yep.
They did a pretty good job with that, I think. Like, you can tell where they kind of shrunk down some of the neighborhoods, but I was surprised at how accurate a lot of it was.
Oh, yeah.
Another game that kind of caught me by surprise this year that's outside of what I normally play. Like, I like RPGs, but I always have had a problem kind of keeping with them.
Yeah.
But I got into Final Fantasy 16 this year because it's an RPG that doesn't play like an RPG, which I like. It feels more action orientated and kind of stuck with me on a lot of that stuff. So I've been celebrating and playing that on my PS5. I'll probably end up getting it again when it comes out on PC, because I know they're working on that.
They are, yes.
Yes. Hi-Fi Rush, I'm glad other people have appreciated that, because it does not get talked about enough. That game, actually, while I was sitting here waiting, I was playing it earlier.
Yes.
Just sitting here playing it on my Go, and so as soon as somebody mentioned it, it's like, oh, that's great. It's such a creative little game to just kind of drop. Like, we've had a few of those this year of just surprise, hey, here's this game, you didn't know it was coming.
Yeah.
Enjoy it now. Between Prime and this, or some of the bigger ones.
Absolutely.
Another game that is one of my favorites that a lot of people for some reason seem to hate on it, but I've put so much time into Starfield. Yes, it's rough. I get that. So was Skyrim when it started. So was a lot of the Fallouts. A lot of games start rough, and people like to compare it, going, oh, it's not as good as Skyrim. Skyrim's had literally almost over a decade of updates, enhancements, revisions, and other things that this has not had time for.
Yeah.
But I'm still having a lot of fun with it. That sense of exploration has been great. And then the fact that New Game Plus has such an interesting twist to it kind of makes me keep playing it.
Yeah.
So yeah, then we've got, Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Of course, a lot of people have ranted about that for playing co-op with people.
Yes.
I haven't played it online with anybody yet, but playing it locally, especially with my daughter, has been hilarious. Street Fighter 6, I think, is a good return to form for the fighting series.
It really is.
We actually had a group of us that were playing online. We need to get back into that again, but we made a little community out of it between our show and a lot of our friends, and that was great to get back into that.
Mm-hmm.
And then lastly, I'm still playing through Super Mario RPG, and I've been just enthralled with how good of a remake that has been.
It really is that good.
Nintendo.
Yes.
It's so gorgeous to look at.
Everything about it, yes.
I kind of like the fact that, yes, they were faithful, but there were a lot of quality of life things that help. Like the fact that my wife is more interested in playing it now because she's worried she's going to die and lose all of her saves, but the fact that it saves every time you switch to a new screen, on top of letting you, like, if you just want the habit of jumping on the save block, you can, but you can never touch it and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
So she's going to give it a shot now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping this will be an RPG she'll get into, because that's the only type of game other than Tetris she's really gotten into. So
yeah, it's Super Mario RPG. That remake is just really good.
It's one of those, I got it and I couldn't play it for almost a few months. So when I finally got around to playing it, I was like, why did I wait so long?
Yeah.
Just dove in there.
Yeah.
The other things that I've enjoyed this year that are kind of in my why the crap did I wait for this? We'll just kind of put that category as add-ons. I will be here to defend Dead Space 3, if nothing more for the co-op mode. I get why people didn't feel it was the same, but playing through that this year with Steven, who's one of my co-hosts on the show, was absolutely traumatizing for the fact that he got to keep telling me about all this stuff he's hallucinating and seeing, and I'm just standing there going, what are you talking about? You sound mad. He'd have to send me pictures. I thought he was messing with me. And the other one is I finally played Control. After buying it twice, waiting because I keep hearing about, it's getting enhancements, getting an update.
Yeah.
That's one I just finished this week. And, oh man, I hate that I waited. I'm glad that I waited. I'm very confused, but it's a game you should play.
Yep.
But that's kind of what I wanted to go into real quick.
Okay. But yeah, those are some really great games that you actually share with us tonight. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Thanks for coming in.
It's good to see you, and I hope to be back soon.
Yep, no problem. I'll see you soon.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. All right. So the next person that I'm going to have join us is going to be Mr. Ben. Ben, you're up. Ben, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just kind of distracted a bit because I wasn't expecting to be called on. So I kind of a little.
Anyway, how are you tonight?
I was actually kind of sleepy a bit. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those situations where it's like kind of rainy outside, kind of snowy outside, and I'm like, I gotta go to work tonight, and I'm not looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's been raining over here too, but yeah. So instead of talking about the weather, let's talk about the best games of 2023, because we got a lot of stuff that came out this year. So I like to hear.
I honestly don't really know what to go over that hasn't already been said.
You can feel free to say your own personal opinions on the games, that even the ones that have been mentioned. The floor is yours.
So I'm gonna go basically just mention. I suppose. We'll go with some honorable mentions first here. Pokemon Violet DLC, Teal Mask, and Indigo Disc. I did like the fact that they brought in a lot of the older Pokemon. I love the fact that we got some more more mission modes, basically a little bit more storylines, especially with some of the new characters. I loved Karen and Carmine. I loved being able to visit the Blueberry Academy, and it's just I like being able to mess around with my buddies J.E. and Radio Dog, because we've been playing the DLC together a lot of times. In fact, we're going to be going ahead and doing more of that later this week on Friday. So we're going to be just jumping back in. We're going to be wrapping some of the stuff. In fact, the epilogue for the DLC is coming out in a couple of weeks on the 11th of January. So we're looking forward to doing that and taking care of that out, putting this away once and for all.
Yeah.
The reason why I haven't really slotted it into the top games is because, story aside, there are still some technical issues that I kind of bring the experience down a little bit.
Yeah.
Running through the Blueberry Academy is fun, but then the game suddenly starts to stutter, and I'm like, okay, are we going to crash? So I find myself saving like every 5 minutes because I don't know if the game's gonna fucking close on me. And I'm sorry for my language here, but it's just.
Oh yeah.
I'm just that concerned that I'm gonna be like trying to go through a game, trying to find a shiny Pokemon, and then all of a sudden the software closed because of an error. Because I've had that happen to me before on not just on Violet, but I've had that happen to me on Pokemon Sword before, where just the game just decided to go.
Yep.
And just okay.
Yeah, it happens.
But anyway, going into other stuff, remakes and stuff. I have played a little bit of Advance Wars. I have not gotten very far in it, so I can't really put in a lot of opinions on it. I love the fact that they brought Veronica Taylor in to voice Andy. I wasn't expecting to hear Ash, of all things, basically leading a war.
Oh, yeah.
So that's something that I loved. As far as Metroid Prime goes, that was one of my favorite remasters of the entire year. I've mentioned this in the chat room, but one of the main reasons why I loved Metroid Prime was because they finally gave us the access to do controls with a controller. Because I got the Metroid Prime trilogy for the Wii, right?
Yes.
Well, the problem was I couldn't get into that game because I couldn't get used to the motion controls. I don't know what it was about the motion controls that just screwed me up so much. But I could not get used to the motion controls, and they didn't have the original GameCube controls that I could utilize through a controller. But then when the remaster came out and they said, hey, we have the original GameCube controls, we got the motion controls, we got an all-new control style that's compatible with controllers, that you can still utilize a control system, I'm like, yes! Yes!
Yes.
Thank you! And I freaking took to that like a I don't know, like a fish to water practically. It did take me a little bit of getting used to, but I was able to play that so much better, and I was able to stream that. DM in chat was one of my co-coms for that whole playthrough.
Yeah.
So, then obviously we've got Super Mario RPG. I'm just gonna say now that Super Mario RPG is my personal pick for best game of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
But I will also freely admit I am saying that through a lens of nostalgia, because Super Mario RPG has just been one of my personal favorite games of all time. Period.
Yes.
I have to apologize to you because you went to the whatchamacallit, the trouble of making a stream layout for me.
Yes.
And I've only used it like maybe a handful of times, and I just haven't used it since.
Yes.
And I apologize for that.
It's fine. It's fine.
But I loved Super Mario RPG so much that when that game came out, that was like freaking day one buy, and as soon as that came in, I popped that in. I started playing it up. I loved the remastered music. I loved the visuals. I loved the new triple attack that they came out with. I love the post game stuff too. I'm not gonna go into spoiler territory on that, but the optional post game super boss was something I was both kind of looking forward to, because I kind of slightly spoiled myself on that. But then when it actually came into being, I'm like, yes.
Yep.
Oh, it was so fun.
Yeah. And when it comes to the soundtrack, I was just going to say real quick, as is always said before, Yoko Shimomura, does not miss.
I know. I'm really looking forward to next year when the 1,000 Year Door remake drops. I'm wondering if they're going to be doing something similar to that.
Same. Yes.
So I don't know if it's just going to be a straight port. I mean, even if it is just a straight port, I'm going to be looking forward to that, because I'm just hoping that they're going to bring in some new stuff as well. I'm just looking forward to what they've got.
Yes.
Yeah, Mega Man Battle Network Collection, I'm also really good with, because I got the first two games on the GBA, but I never got the actual physical collections for the GBA from 3 onward, so I kind of missed out on those. I did get the downloads through the Wii U shop channel, but I never got around to playing them either. So having an actual collection that I can pop into my Switch and play, and be able to play the games while still being able to utilize them on hardware that I could take with me, kind of like with the 3DS and GBA and all that,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I'm glad to have that. As far as actual new releases go, Pikmin 4 obviously is one of my top picks. Because, I loved Pikmin 4. Ochi was also a great addition. The ability to customize your player character was also amazing. The fact that Pikmin 4 kind of follows the same general playstyle as Pikmin 2, where you can mess around as much as you want. Yeah, the individual days you still are timed, but the fact that you no longer have like a time limit, like what you did with Pikmin 1 and Pikmin 3, is amazing. So you can kind of mess around with as much as you want, like you could with Pikmin 2.
Oh yeah.
The new stuff that was available with the Glow Pikmin was amazing. Being able to do the night missions for one, I thought it was amazing.
Yeah.
See, I waited so long for Pikmin 4 and it was worth it. Yes.
Yeah, I eventually need to play these. Like I said earlier, I need to play all the Pikmin games.
I mentioned this before in the chat room as well. Super Mario Wonder was another one of my favorites, because I love the fact that the fan base has made so many jokes about Mario over the years about being kind of drug related and stuff like that, and then Mario Wonder just comes in and just goes whole hard into that.
Oh, it absolutely does. Like,
the Wonder Flowers give so much of a trippy, like some of those levels where you activate the Wonder Flower and your player character just goes like fucking Slenderman proportions, just long. Again, apologize for language. I'm just
no. It's fine.
But then there was also a little bit lesser point, Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower was another one that was something I didn't expect to get into as far as indie games go. Not just in terms of the speedrun possibility, but also because of the modding community as well. I can't believe just how intensive the modding community went on Pizza Tower already.
Oh, yeah.
Because when I streamed it myself earlier this year, I didn't play the vanilla one. I actually ran it through with the Pinkie Pie mod.
Yep.
And I will admit, it was mostly just a new coat of paint, essentially. But I've been kind of looking forward to... not so much looking forward. I've been looking forward to doing it to begin with, but I'm also kind of maybe planning on going back and revisiting it at some point just to do some of the other mods, like the Eevee and Pizza Tower, the second lap mod, or it was the third lap mod. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Along others, and just seeing what opportunities the fans give out. But another one that I loved so much was, again, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yep.
And I will say that as far as Tears of the Kingdom goes, it's not just the contraptions that really get me out. The building mechanic is really fun. Auto build is really amazing. I loved being able to construct air bikes and essentially tanks just to kind of mess around and blowing up stuff. But I will also admit that Tears of the Kingdom has kind of let me indulge a bit of my more psychopathic urges. Strapping Koroks to rockets and blasting them off into space.
Oh my god, yes. I've seen like some of the shit that, like, I still see clips of people making things in Tears of the Kingdom that I'm just absolutely shocked that I'm like, you can actually do that. And it's one of those things where 99% of the time, if someone asks you if you could actually build that in Tears of the Kingdom, the answer to that question is yes, you can. There will always be the 1% where like it doesn't work or you can't do it at all. But yeah.
My absolute favorite build, and I'm not going to lie, this my absolute favorite build that I have seen somebody do was to recreate an almost 1-1 perfect replica of Metal Gear Rex.
Yes.
In Tears of the Kingdom.
I've seen that too. That was just amazing.
But if I had to, and yes, Derek Brony also comes up as well. Another thing that I love was Tears of the Kingdom AI allies. I loved that, not just from a mechanical standpoint, but also from a narrative one.
Yes.
Because Breath of the Wild was just you going through the Hyrule, essentially on your own. But Tears of the Kingdom is more like you're not going through your own. You're reconnecting with all of the people that you've connected with in the previous game.
Yeah.
And they're coming together. They're establishing a base where the Hyrule Castle was in the center of the country. You're basically getting with allies, and while they're not physically present, they're kind of essentially giving like avatars that are traveling with you. So while they're not physically present, they basically may as well be.
Yes.
With what they're doing, and I think that's amazing.
It really is.
Also, the boss battles in the games were astounding. I'm gonna get into a little minor spoiler here, but the boss fight of the Wind Temple, going into that was just nothing short of just, oh my god.
I know, right?
I like the boss battles in Breath of the Wild, don't get me wrong. The Ganon Blights were amazing. But, I mean, Windblight Ganon didn't have you fighting him in freaking free fall the whole time. And that, I think, yeah, the fight against Colgera was just, whew, that right there is peak design.
Yep.
Now, I will admit I have not finished Tears of the Kingdom yet, but I will be getting to that at some point.
Yep.
So, but yeah, I don't think I really have much else to really say here. I've pretty much gone over what I wanted to.
Yep. Oh, that was a lot of great picks that you had for this year's best games of 2023, Ben. I really appreciate it. And I always appreciate having you like come in and talk about like anything on the show. I'll have you back again in the next season, dude.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
All right, but thanks again as always, dude.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So, let me do this. And the next person that's going to be coming in to speak about what they think are their favorite games of this year, I'm going to go with Zykrul. Zykrul, you are next. Zykrul, you there?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm trying to find it on my monitors.
It's all good. Welcome. It's good to have you back on again.
It's good to be back. Thank you.
Yes. And this year we had a lot of fantastic games that came out this year, but now I want to hear from you. What do you think are the best games of 2023?
We did, yes. And aside from the ones already mentioned, which I agree with a lot of them, like one of the best is it's.
Go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I have the audio. Now, yeah, it's like what else not to say with a lot of games. I'm going to mention some of the ones that have not been said that I played and thoroughly enjoyed. One of them is just had the title. This is why I made a list.
Take your time.
It's called the Cosmic Wheel Sisterhood. It's from I'm not sure if it's from Devolver. I know Devolver worked with it.
Yes,
but it's a decent tarot card game, visual novel. The art style of it is I'm a sucker for pixel art, and it was some of the best for it this year. The story's decent. It's really interesting in how they go about telling the story with the main character. and how they go about with by the way of the tarot cards, which is unique to me at the very least, because I've never seen a game do it based off tarot cards before.
No.
And how the story can be told through them. And I especially like how, as the character, they give you the ability to create your own cards. So you have a selection of art to choose from for each card. So you can feel as if it was you making your own deck with it.
Mm-hmm.
Another one that is that I played the demo. Played over like 50 hours of the demo alone before it actually came out was Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line.
Yes, that game.
It was the first time I've played the game in the series. So I touched the handheld ones, and it's again the like I said is that you get so many songs from so many titles, and the fact that from a video interview I watched from that mentioning how they dropped Final Fantasy from it because of how they included a whole bunch of other games into it this time. Chrono Trigger, the Saga Legend, Octopath, and all that. It's they really did a phenomenal job on both the music and being able to play. I'm not sure if I can't remember. I don't know if the other previous titles are next because that's my first one. But having the option of playing it with multiple notes or just with one touch button with it to accommodate for those that can't play it that way is a really great touch to that. In the online play of the battles is a lot of fun with that.
Yeah.
And as another one of mine that I enjoyed, which again was just dropped out of nowhere, was as Caitlin mentioned, was the Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh yeah, that game.
But me being sick of visual novels, I went in and went through it, and it's really solid. I just couldn't believe that it came from that. It was hilarious how with the video that they joked the fans about how they listened to us and all that. And
oh yeah,
they killing off Sonic with that. It's short. Yeah, no, I definitely would recommend playing that. That one. The art style with it and whatnot. They really did. I'm not like I enjoy Sonic, but you could tell that they really went all out for the fans on that one.
They did.
The ones that are actually fans for it. Another one that I played partly through, but I have yet to finish it, is Hi-Fi Rush.
Yes.
I really liked how both the not just the battle system for fighting, for the rhythm, but also I've never seen a game before where even the environment is rhythm based. Everywhere you look, it's all in sync with the in beat. I should say not in sync, but in beat with the music being played itself, and that was an amazing touch to see that in the and the voice cast is great as well. I know it's again a tech girl, but the voice of Futaba from Persona 5 plays the tech girl in that one.
Yep.
But to get to see, it's just fact I didn't really play many 2023 games because I was doing a lot more of my backlog, playing into my backlog this year, which I did, not knowing what was going to be such heavy hitters this year. Boot Camp, I played through the first one, and then I think I have like a couple more missions in the second one.
Yep.
Very phenomenal. I want to at some point play the original just to compare to see. I've seen videos and it doesn't look like it's that much different, but again, for comparison's sake, I would like to try the original on that, and hopefully, like as others said, bring the other ones.
Yep.
To the current gen. I have watched through, I'm going to mention a couple of ones that I've only watched but not played that looked really phenomenal. Is again Super Mario RPG, as what many people said. I played the original. The new one, I like how they kept it as original as possible while adding new things like the gauge system for
Yes.
the Chicotech system. Again, the music, she can't miss.
Yeah, she cannot miss whatsoever. She was absolutely incredible here, as always.
For that, and I like how you have both. You have both the new and the old to switch between if that's to your liking.
Exactly, like the fact that she was able to come back and compose the same music that she did from like 1996 in this game. And many of the tracks sound better, but there are quite a few tracks that that sound a lot better in the original, but most of them sound better here in the remake.
Yes, very much so. Another one I watched all the way through a streamer that I would like to give a shot one day when it comes to PC is the pretty much the God of War Valhalla.
Yes.
Roguelike game. That
God of War Valhalla, yeah.
Yeah, and just seeing all the animations of all the enemies from the past games from the original trilogy, it was like, it was amazing to see them in this fashion, and I hope that they can bring this over into a remake of the original trilogy of God of War, because I would so love to see that with that.
Yeah.
But my favorite one for the year that I played through, it's short, but the story is simple, but yet it's more of a visual novel, and it's more of a journey of taking the different paths due to both how well written it is and the voice acting with it is Slay the Princess.
Oh yeah.
That came out like either before or just after Halloween, and the story is when I say like the story isn't too heavy, it's like I said, it's short, but it's more of the different paths to take in that. And as it is with visual novels, different paths to understand. But a lot of visual novels tend to have a different path, but an overall story arc. And this one does too. But this is, since it's such with limited characters, there's only 2 characters in the game. Or three characters. I mean, and it's just in a sense that you saw. It's insane how well he did it. And you could tell that they took inspiration from not like loosely. I'll have to say very loosely about some ideas, but still making it its own from from Cabin in the Woods. But again, like I said, it has like nothing. It just took a few ideas from that and made this their own thing. And it's one of those like you really you should know next to nothing and just go in to it, because it's one of those games where if you like know any little bit about it, it's a high chance it's going to get spoiled for you.
Right.
But that one of the ones I have played, that was my favorite of the year. Okay. And I hope and sometimes in the future, some of the 2023 games I haven't played yet, I will get to.
Oh yeah, exactly. Because there's way too many great games that came out in the year. So, some of them are in my backlog, and others I still have to actually purchase. But yeah.
Yeah. But that would be it for me this year.
Yeah, dude.
I appreciate you having me on.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for the time.
Yep. We'll have you on. We'll have you on again for the future. But take care.
Sure thing. Yep. You too. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Zeno, you're next. Zeno, you there? Zeno? All right. Zeno, if you're there, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Who, me?
Yeah, you're next.
Oh, shit. Hold on a moment. I didn't even notice.
Yeah. Well,
yes. It was because I was busy collecting.
oh my God. You got the Infinity Gauntlet. Oh my God, yes.
And I will forget everything that you have known, chat, about what has happened in 2023.
Wait. You're snapping, but it's not working.
All right.
Oh, so much for that.
Forget about it, okay?
All right.
Here's the deal. I'm going to be pretty straightforward. I got no favorites of 2023 because really, I've only played about 3 or 4 games on 2023, although I will admit that the Game Awards actually speaks for itself, and everybody else have really done their chat about 2023. But most likely what I can discuss about will be the experience that has happened during 2023, if you don't mind. Based off the games that I've got the opportunity to be able to enjoy, Street Fighter 6 definitely was the game I was actually looking forward to. And funny enough, I didn't purchase the game, I would say, on the spot. It was like a month or 2 later. But I got the opportunity to play it during a live launch party over at Spin 26, if I'm correct.
Right.
Man, that game definitely felt like it was Street Fighter at its finest. I've played it with my hitbox. I've met with a couple of community members who enjoyed Street Fighter 6, hosting the tournament, or even just gaming and such. And really, what is there to say? I mean, with the exception of DLCs and all that, man.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what to say about the Street Pass. What do you think about the Street Pass? I don't know what to say on that one.
Yeah, I haven't actually gotten Street Fighter 6. I have played it though, and I will say from what I played of it, it's actually really fun. It's definitely a return to form for the series, which it needed.
I'll admit I did purchase the TMNT headband, but that's only because it's my avatar.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not wasting like $100 on costume or outfits, because why would I myself would want to wear a turtle suit running around Metro City beating up random people who wears cardboard boxes for to be a gang member? Hello.
Yep.
Come over to New York City. Pretty sure you'll get GAT for that. Wait, can I say that? Can I say that? Okay, you know what? You're probably gonna bleep me out again.
Yeah.
But the character creation mode is just hilarious and fantastic. Being able to interact with Street Fighter characters is just phenomenal.
Yep.
Like, I really got hyped for seeing Kimberly, which is essentially my new favorite character in Street Fighter 6.
Yes.
Rashid, Ken, and Ryu. And worst of all, the most dangerous thing to ever come across in any fighting game: refrigerators.
Refrigerators, yeah.
I hate refrigerators. Okay, they're the worst thing to ever come across. Shellshock, if you see a refrigerator, let me know if it bothers you, because those things are dangerous, man. I'm telling you that they'll throw stuff at you. They'll hit you with their door. I mean, one grabbed me and suplexed me. I don't know how to say it, but either way,
yeah.
Definitely, it was a great experience, not only to enjoy at the launch party, but also having a chance to be able to play the story mode, play with friends, and even play with a great community at over in Japan. So it's just phenomenal. and I see it on your chat. How does a refrigerator kill you? Play Street Fighter 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Play Street Fighter 6. Go to the subway, maybe at night. Okay. You're not dealing with any homeless people or anything like that. You're not dealing with people who has issues. You're dealing with refrigerators. And the moment that a refrigerator beats your butt, then you come see me.
Yep.
But I also got a chance to play AEW Fight Forever.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm disappointed with that. It's funny because so many people want a return to form with archaic like gaming. AEW did promise that. Maybe it was because I got the Switch version, and we know now, thanks to a game that I'm going to discuss in a moment, that the Switch version isn't that superior. I keep getting glitches and all that.
Yeah.
But I guess it's the content that was providing to me that really didn't catch my vibe. Not even the roster so much. So I'm not saying that AEW Fight Forever is not a good game, but it could have been better.
Yeah, I did play some Fight Forever with Silver through his Steam Deck, and it was a lot of fun, but I didn't really feel compelled to buy the game at the price. It's one of those games where it's like, I'll just wait for a sale.
Yeah, I guess it's also the created character that also made me feel like a bit down, the entrances and such. I don't know if they have to cut corners, but when I think of wrestling games, especially back then, you know, we have those entrances, like let's say the SmackDown games, the No Mercy games, the WCW versus NWO Revenge games. And those had full-fledged entrances. Those had very great content and creation and such. But AEW, I don't know. It just feels pretty underwhelming. But they've already got their second season coming out, so they must be doing something good. All right. What else has been going on in 2023 besides just enjoying the retro games that I've been streaming on, which you could be able to follow me on Xenogameztv, shameless plug-in.
Yes.
I did get the opportunity to play Mortal Kombat 1, believe it or not.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat 1.
Not the Switch version.
Not the Switch version. No. But you played it on a platform that runs it better.
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, I cannot be able to play it nor stream it because I don't have a PS5. I don't have an Xbox X. And if you play on the Switch, well, it's underwhelming. Although, hopefully, if you get any glitches, hopefully it'll make your laugh out loud.
Yeah.
But I gotta be honest, there's some good about it. I definitely did enjoy some of the story, although they're taking the aspect of the 3D era games.
Yeah.
If you do not know, then please look it up, chat. You're going to be able to enjoy the history of Mortal Kombat. But I actually do enjoy the characters that has been changed up. Definitely, it's kind of like you being an elder god, and you're just creating the world the best you can under your eyes. So, of course, certain characters are not going to die, or you're trying to reform someone and such. But, of course, it leads to, well, somebody screwing up. And it's just like I said, I just can't wait until Fire God Liu Kang screws up.
Mm-hmm.
Because we know Raiden did screw up, okay? Do not tell me that he tried, okay? He did screw up. But, yeah, I guess this is starting to become like comics, where it's just different universes, different dimensions, just working together. And thanks to the Hourglass of Chronica, yeah, that is possible.
Yep.
But I actually am looking forward to a sequel to Mortal Kombat 1. I'm actually quite interested about several characters that is going to be as DLC. Of course, John Cena is coming in.
Oh yeah, because
So
he's Peacemaker and that.
Yeah, I gotta tell you this. They gotta bring in the Eagle. They gotta bring in Iggy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Yeah, if it gets a second season, you know, bring in more 3D characters if possible, or probably bring in meat if you need to. We need to kill someone. Yeah. We need someone as a dummy for fatalities, so to say. Give Zyzov a rest. All right. I know his color, his green is. His blood is green, which means free will to kill him during YouTube.
Yep.
No, give him some rest. Yeah. The last thing that I will say, in my opinion, definitely is the best. Mario Wonder. Super Mario Wonder.
That's a good one, yes.
Yeah. I'm not playing it on stream. All right, guys. This is actually one of those in which I just am going to be playing it off stream. However, because Super Mario Wonder actually got announced, I think it was September, right?
Yeah. Well, no. Mario Wonder was announced back in June.
Oh, it was June.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was in the June Direct.
Yeah.
Yeah. And no one saw that one coming. No one expected that. There were rumors of a new 2D Mario, but no one really knew. And there were people who just didn't take stock on rumors, but it got announced, and here we are.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, because I do a panel on PucciCon right now, which is xenogameztv, and basically just bring in the guests to game and enjoy, try to be on like YouTube, because these are highlights and such.
Yeah.
So originally it was going to be Mario Kart. When Super Mario Wonder came out, it was like, oh shit. Okay, nope, we're switching it up. We're doing Super Mario Wonder. On the day the game comes out, it's going to be the weekend of the convention.
Yeah.
And yes, those lucky guests who joined in, which is, I would say, about 10, so to say, but hopefully it'll actually grow, got a chance to play Super Mario Wonder for the first time during release weekend. Funny thing about it is that I don't know what happened with the tech, because we didn't get audio whatsoever. It was crap, but either way, it was great playing it with the guest at PucciCon, doing a little bit of jokes, having a little bit of fun with everyone. And I'm actually playing it offline, and it's actually a very fun game. Of course, I do have a spare copy, which I am going to gift it to my friend, because she and her son both enjoy Super Mario. We did see the movie, and I always bother him about the Yoshi coming soon. All right. So definitely it's a gift that I hope that they'll enjoy. And, you know, I'm going to be pretty honest, I haven't really been gaming with him, so I think this one would be a great chance to be able to just sit down and game with him.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
All right.
So there's not much, because most of these things have always been about retro games, and more into retro games going to 2024, except for Tekken 8.
Tekken 8.
Enjoy that.
Yep. But Cena,
that's about it. Yeah.
Thank you so much for always coming in. I'll have you on again for like a future episode. We'll figure it all out. But thanks again as always, dude.
Not a problem. And don't forget to be awesome and stay awesome.
Always, dude.
Signing out, dude.
Yep. All right. So, Jeremy the Nostalgia Alchemist, you are next. Welcome.
Hi, Shellshock. Thank you once again for inviting me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Yes. And this year was like, it was definitely a year when it comes to video games. Like, we got like a great lineup of games. So I want to know, what do you think about what came out this year?
Okay. Although your subject tonight is about the best games of 2023, my year was filled with more experiences that are favorites of mine rather than what I believe are the best. Because I feel that the best is an impossible question to answer. And I always say this to people because we're all different and we all have different gaming experiences. It is not a passive medium, it is an interactive medium. And I believe that that being said, we experience things differently based on who we are, where we're from. So if it's okay with you, I would like to share some of my personal favorite experiences with you based on what was released in the past calendar year.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. The first is the Super Mario Brothers movie. I went to see it with my son, and my family is going to be involved in a lot of what I'm discussing tonight. But seeing it with my son was one of the greatest joys, nostalgically, for me, and it's going to become, hopefully, a wonderful memory for him.
Yeah.
Experiencing that and having what was a very interactive medium become suddenly just passive, being able to enjoy, being able to bring it home, pause and play for all of the quote-unquote Easter eggs, was a joy for me to be able to experience that, not just for him, but also together. And it's one of those... you know how when you get those like moments in time where you're like, you know, we didn't quite grow up with what we had hoped for, but now that this movie has crossed $1 billion in the box office, you're like, oh, suddenly, hopefully somewhere Bob Hoskins is saying, okay, good.
Yes.
From the afterlife. So that was a wonderful experience from this year. A lot of the Nintendo Directs I watched with my son as well, and those were wonderful experiences. Being able to collectively see in a visual magazine, sort of, experiencing that with him and being able to see what's happening and him asking questions and me being able to inform him of histories and different kind of ways of viewing how gaming is delivered, which then gave me, or if I can be a little bit more punny, forced me to get him and I a subscription to Nintendo Force magazine, so that he can experience bi-monthly how I used to receive my gaming news through Nintendo Power all those years ago. So having him receiving that in the mail is awesome, because now he is getting to experience a different delivery of news. Since he really he's 6 years old, he can't really utilize the internet as, you know, us adults can. I figured that printed word and being able to have a concrete and carbon, you know, piece of video game history is really important, because that's where all of it comes from. All that information, all of that derives from the written word, and having that is so important, especially to me, for him to have that as part of one of his hobbies. Going alongside experiences, Tears of the Kingdom. He was down here for the spoiler alert if you were not here earlier, but the Wind Temple battle that was being discussed earlier. He witnessed that with me, and we did it together. And he was just in awe the whole time. He's like, "We're falling," and I'm like, "I know," and I'm trying to not panic. Beating his boss. So that was a great experience as well. His first RPG is the Super Mario RPG remake, and him having his own Switch Lite and watching him go through it and telling all of my friends who grew up with the game, I'm on Moleville right now and I'm trying to find Punchinello and it's super difficult. It's like a maze. It's wonderful to see him experiencing that. And for me, going through that game, of course, a very nostalgic and euphoric experience in a way, but yeah, a lot of quality of life changes. Definitely a top tier game of release for me this year. I played Super Mario Brothers Wonder during my extralife.org charity broadcast back in November. Yes. And my son and I just the other night 100%ed it after going through the final course, where you had to implicate all of the different badges. And doing that together, it was like teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. And I think that's what Super Mario Brothers Wonder is all about. It's having that online cooperation and being able to broadcast and talk with your friends and be able to kind of collaborate on how we're going to finish this course together. So a lot of different experiences for me this year. I guess I can go into a couple of games if I want to go onto your subject tonight. From what I have personally experienced as the best from this year, definitely seen a lot of wonderful things from Sea of Stars, Spider-Man 2, and mind you, these are games that I have not personally played, but just from watching and observing people during the SAG-AFTRA strike when I unfortunately couldn't really do anything.
Yeah.
The experience of watching my friend play Alan Wake 2 was great. Seeing how many people from the D&D community went back into RPGs playing Baldur's Gate 3 was wonderful, and how communal everything is. So that's just kind of a couple of things that I take from this year, but the biggest and I think the most important and my favorite game of 2023, alongside what my favorite last year was, my personal favorite game of 2023 is the making of Karateka.
Oh, that game, yes.
So let me paint the scene for anyone who's not familiar. Last year, Atari 50, the anniversary collection, was created by Digital Eclipse.
Yes.
Of course, one of the former employees of Digital Eclipse is Frank Cifaldi, who is the co-founder of the Video Game History Foundation.
Yes.
And I have really gotten into video game preservation this year and being able to understand how important it is to preserve gaming. In 1927-28, The Jazz Singer came out, which was the first commercially released film with sound.
Yes.
Before that time, there was about 35 to possibly 40 years of silent film history. 90% of that history is now lost to time.
Yes.
We are now entering the 60th, probably the 70th year of video gaming since the creation of Space War, which was around 1965-66. And in that span of time, we don't have a lot of information based on code, based on interview, based on information. Nintendo is finally putting out some kind of a museum, but of course Nintendo is one of those companies that heavily controls their flow of history, which is why when you read a book like Console Wars, you're mostly going to only hear about Sega's history.
Yeah.
So the making of Karateka is done in the same way that Atari 50 was created. It is an interactive documentary series. And it goes through the creation of not only this game, but all of the other games that the developer, and this brings me to my next point, that we need to highlight the developers and the creators of said video games, because that's where it all comes from. Design. The whole idea of the technology inspiring the art and the art inspiring the use of the technology. All of that coexists. And the making of Karateka is just another wonderful and perfect, poignant example of all of that coming together in a way that you didn't really expect. There are other games in that game that you can play and see the progression of how things are done.
Yes.
Coming from somebody like me, who is not a game designer by any means, me math bad, but just seeing how things are done and seeing how everything was developed in that way, in that style, it's great to see how things come together through heavy limitation. And when you play a game like Karateka, you don't necessarily think about it now because we have the games that we have this released this year in these huge open world 100+ hour games that were stacked upon each other in release because these were all COVID developed timed games that are now finally being released since all of the teams were able to finally physically get back together and collaborate in space. But I digress. The making of Karateka, is Karateka a great game? By today's standards, average game.
Yeah.
But to see how it all came together is what makes it very special. John Tobias, one of the creators of Mortal Kombat, cited this game as one of the jumping points for him to learning how to do game design.
Yeah.
I mean, of all things, you know, this was the basis for what could have become Mortal Kombat less than 7 years later.
Yeah.
So that game to me, and the way that it's formatted, the way that it is structured, is exactly what we need to show younger generations, to also show older generations, to say that video games are not just playthings. They are mediums of storytelling. They are mediums that drive us as communities to be able to form bonds, to be able to interact, and be able to share experiences by having different experiences.
Yeah.
So to kind of just collect everything back together, this is not your like end all be all game of 2023. I'm going to tell everybody right now, this might not be like the overhyped thing that I'm making it sound like.
Yeah.
I tend to do that, but if you are interested in video game preservation, if this hobby goes a little bit further for you in terms of importance, I highly recommend the making of Karateka so that you can kind of get a general idea of what we're doing and how we can implement that into creating better stories, better experiences, better games, and also highlighting developers of these games.
Yes.
Which I think is that it should be at the forefront going into next year with a lot of the unfortunate things that have been happening to them in this past calendar year.
Yeah.
But that being said, I hope that everybody heeds the call to check out this game. And I hope that everybody has a really great entrance into 2024.
Yes.
I want to thank everybody else for sharing their experiences and their games from this year. And I will keep on listening while I'm in the background. But Shellshock, thank you very much, my friend, for allowing me time to discuss everything. I appreciate you and your community oh so very much. Thank you.
I appreciate you for coming in too. Thank you so much. Like, I actually want to look into the making of Karateka at some point soon. But yeah, thank you for that.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Yep. All right. So, Mantle, you are next. Good to see you, Mantle.
Great to see you too, as always, my friend. Always happy to be here.
Yep. But yeah, so how you doing?
Honestly, hanging in there, but doing a heck of a lot better being able to catch up with you and all my awesome friends here. Because I mean, I know that many of us, like, we kind of came together from all these circles, but I always love the way that you keep pulling all of us together even closer than we already were. So
yeah,
whether I'm guesting for one of your awesome podcasts or just hanging out across any of our channels or servers, it's always a blast, my friend.
Yep. So, what are your games of 2022 that you consider to be the best?
No, it's really funny because as soon as you let me know about the big finale for this year, I started doing the exact same thing I did when you asked me on last year. It's like, okay, I got to think of my top games of the year. And I already knew without a doubt what my game of the year was going to be, which I'll build up to that. But I was actually having a really tough time trying to figure out a top 3 list because we had so many awesome games as well as awesome remakes and remasters this year. And when I was walking home from work today, I'm still racking my brain. I was like, I got to figure this out before I catch up with Shellshock. And then I realized, wait a minute. I'll do 2 lists. I'll do one of remakes and remasters and one of that. So we were actually talking about that in chat while you were getting everything set up on stream.
Yeah.
And just because of listening to all of our awesome friends here, I realize I unfortunately also have to make a couple honorable mentions. So first off, I'll do the remakes and remasters. My honorable mention is actually Metroid Prime Remastered. Only honorable mention because I love Metroid Prime. It's like between Metroid Prime 1 and 2, that's my favorite entry in the Metroid series. The only reason it's honorable mention and not smashing in top is because of just how special the others are to me, and because I've not really got to play the remaster yet because of scheduling this year. Third would honestly have to be Ghost Trick.
Yes.
Ghost Trick I didn't play when it originally came out, but I was following it closely because I am a big Phoenix Wright fan. But I finally did play through it sometime after the 3DS had come out, so played it on my 3DS and loved it. It's amazing. Can't recommend it enough. If you love, whether you love the Phoenix Wright games or not, check it out. It's creative, amazing story, and it will make you cry. But believe it or not, my second choice, my second place for the remakes and remasters is Super Mario RPG Remake. I actually have one which goes above that, but Super Mario RPG, for those who don't know, I actually just recently, I streamed the original one last year. I actually streamed the remake recently because I was doing a charity series, and one of my first targets was, hey, if we hit this, I'll stream this game. I'm going to play it. I just can't promise you if I'll stream it first. So we streamed it, and everyone got to see me have all my big reactions, especially to Gino and all these scenes that I've always known and loved. And I know you know them as well, too. And because I know we were playing it in tandem, Super Mario RPG is the first RPG that I ever played. And it is my favorite Mario game. I mean, I have a favorite 3D Mario game in 2D, Odyssey and 3, but it just... Super Mario RPG, they literally... to quote my good friend Random, because he did an amazing video review of the game, which I was really honored to get a part to voice in as a little guest appearance. It's the perfect remake. It's the perfect remake, and I will, having played it in the original, I will continue to say what I've been saying all along. Whether you played the original or not, you need to play the remake.
Oh yeah.
Now, my number one remake or remaster rather, is one that hasn't been mentioned tonight. But this is one of my favorite GameCube games of all time, and hilariously enough, it's one that I cosplayed from at the start of this year, and that would be Baten Kaitos: Eternal Wings in the Lost Ocean. I am a huge Baten Kaitos fan. I actually cosplayed Gibari in a full quartet. So we actually have Callus, Jella, Savina, and I'm Gibari. So I'll share those pictures sometime. But no, it was amazing. I mean, honestly, same Dragonflame. If y'all heard an explosion about that, that was me, because we've been hoping for a remaster at some point.
Yeah.
And we got it. And I just... it's so good. If you've never played it before, definitely check it out. They've fine-tuned it so much. I still need to finish it on the Switch, but they've fine-tuned it so much. And the story, the characters, the combat is all amazing. And I'll say this. I can't wrap my head around like TCGs and CCGs. The combat is card-based, but it's not card-based out of a CCG or a TCG. It's card-based out of, let me make these combos of attacks instead of having to carry all my inventory.
Yep.
So, and it's wonderful. But no, if you've never played it, definitely check it out.
I haven't played it yet. I still have to get it.
Oh, Shellshock, you're going to love it, and I know that you and me are going to be chatting when you do. I mean, obviously, as with both of us in our growing backlogs, no rush, but I can promise you, this is going to be one of those games that when you get to it, a part of you will be like, damn, why didn't I play this sooner? But you're also going to be like, I'm so glad I'm playing this when I am.
Oh, totally, yeah.
No, it was one of the, it was the second 2-disc game I had on GameCube after Tales of Symphonia. So, and it is one of my favorite, not just GameCube games, but games ever. And like I said, usually a mark for me, everyone, I'm not just a gamer or a marine biologist, I'm also a cosplayer. So if I cosplay from something, you know I like it.
Yes.
But continuing on to the new games, I do have a very short mention of an honorable mention here. The biggest reason this is honorable mention, again, haven't got to play it yet. That would be Fire Emblem Engage.
Yeah.
I am a big Fire Emblem fan. I'm still catching up on Three Hopes, but it'll be there. And from what I do know about it without spoilers, I'm hyped. Because like, even if the story is not as strong as others, Fire Emblem games are just fun.
They are.
Absolutely. My number 3 pick of the year absolutely has to go to Super Mario Wonder. I mean, I'm honestly still early in the game because, again, trying to juggle so many games at the end of the year, but same as you, same as so many of us here, I grew up with Mario, and just being able to see the new spin that Nintendo has put on these levels, these mechanics, both catering to those of us who've grown up as well as making sure it's still accessible to new, unfamiliar, and or younger gamers. Adding all these new features and stuff while still having that full spirit of Mario. It's Mario completely leveled up. It has gone even beyond adding to the 2D Mario than the new Super Mario Bros. Series did. Yeah, exactly. I agree with this. With Nostalgia Alchemist, no course timers. I never minded the course timers, but I love the fact that I can now take my time in these levels and fully explore everything.
Yep.
I'm indifferent about them having the great, wonderful, like the verbal points instead of like actual numbers, but it's still nice that they're still rewarding you regardless. But this is going to sound silly, but one of my favorite features they have in it is the fact that regardless of the fact that you can change the a printed language in the game, you can keep that the same, but just change the audio. So I actually have all my flowers speaking in Japanese.
Oh yeah, totally.
I love being able to go between those, because for those who don't know, I'm fluent in French. I'm actually intermediate in Japanese. So I've actually been using this game not just as a fun platformer, but as a little test for me to continue to review my Japanese, because I'll try to listen to it and then see what it says, but then also be like, hey, that's not what he said.
Yep.
So just a little feature. But yeah, I love the sheer variety of characters you get to play, that you get to switch around. And I know we've all said so much about this game, but what else is there that we can't say about it? Because every single one of us here respects the hell out of this game, whether we've played it or not.
Yep.
Yeah, I need to get back to it. I'm probably going to do that shortly after stream.
Yes.
My number 2 pick of the year is one that I've regrettably not finished yet, but is from my absolute favorite series put out by Square Enix, and that would be Octopath Traveler 2.
Oh yeah, I still got to start that.
Yeah, I'm super early into it, but I know how much I love what I have played. I know how much I love what I've caught without spoilers, and I know how much I loved the first game. And from what I keep hearing spoiler-free from my friends who were all big into Octopath, they just took everything from the first game and improved upon it. And again, I love Octopath Traveler. Again, it is legit, hands down, my favorite Square Enix game. I cosplay Ulberic. I connect with him a lot. I actually had a full Octopath group at MagFest a few years ago, and me and my Primrose are about to reunite for that next month. But it's just, you take one of the greatest 2.5 RPGs ever, well, 2.5D RPGs ever, give it a new story, give new characters, and improve upon it.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if everyone remembers it. Octopath Traveler was originally just a Switch exclusive, and it was announced during the Switch reveal back in 2017.
Yes.
And when they did that, I know you and a bunch of us here remember, they also said, hey, there's going to be a demo. We'll get your feedback. And they listened to a lot of that feedback. So the fact that Square keeps pushing this positively is to be respected.
Yep.
So, but no, it's so good. I'm trying to already make a list of games that I want to prioritize beating in 2024, and Octopath Traveler 2 is right up there.
Yes.
So, and then completely unsurprising for me, my game of the year is Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Yep, of course it is. Yep.
I mean, I usually joke on my channel, everyone, that it's like I'm a Zelda fan or something, and without even planning it tonight, I'm wearing a Zelda shirt, for crying out loud, of my many.
Funny enough, I'm actually wearing a Splatoon Zelda shirt.
I noticed that earlier. I was like, I gotta poke Shellshock, because it's funny, dude. I almost wore that shirt tonight.
Oh my god, yes, because I was on Team Courage.
Yep, same, absolute same. Because it's really funny, because like I feel like I probably do connect the most with power, especially because that's more like Empa's element. But I was like, the Splatfest was, what do you seek? I seek courage. So, because fun little aside, everyone, when the original Legend of Zelda was first being planned out by Miyamoto, Ganon didn't exist yet. Impa was actually the keeper of the Triforce of Power.
Yeah.
And I'm still convinced to this day that she would be the good representative of power if he hadn't got it. But again, I don't have that confirmed. I could absolutely have that shown to be otherwise. But you know what? It all still makes sense. But yeah, it's wonderful. But Tears of the Kingdom, I'm a huge Zelda fan. Zelda is my favorite series in the history of any type of media. It means a lot to me, both as a game series as well as memories I've put into it, and even more from the friends I've met from it. I've made a lot of friends thanks to the series. I have strengthened friendships from it. My best one is that I've met my best friend thanks to the Legend of Zelda series, and I've known her for, she's coming up on 13 years now. She lives in the United Kingdom. I went to her wedding last year, but she's one of my best friends, and we met because we're both obsessed with Zelda.
Oh, yeah.
But no, thank you to Nostalgia. And yeah, for anyone who doesn't know me as well from either Shellshock's channel or my own, for a metaphorical description, I am very much Impa incarnate, especially like her Ocarina incarnation. Like, this is like a character who I connected with hardcore. Like, you know, those characters that you see yourself in.
Yeah.
Not to say that, I mean, you can still keep yourself separate from them, but you still relate. But anyways, Tears of the Kingdom, to me, it is not my favorite Zelda game by a long shot. Of the 21 canonical games, it is the 21, 22 canonical games, it is honestly my 7th favorite.
Yeah.
I am honest. I'm a huge Zelda canon crusader. I mean, I'm the person who I have a flipping timeline command on my channel, for crying out loud, because it's not as confusing as people make it out to be. Here's the Kingdom is throwing some wrenches into it. Thanks, Raru. But not that they're inconsistent, but that there's some things that they haven't explained.
Oh yeah.
But despite that, and because honestly, there's a bunch of it I have figured out from there, but regardless, I still just really enjoy it. One thing I loved is that we were primarily, while we did get some history, even if murky from the past, as opposed to Breath of the Wild, it was focusing more on the present. You actually got to enjoy what was happening in the present day instead of, oh, it's all 100 years ago.
Yep.
And don't get me wrong, I loved Breath of the Wild. I have sunk nearly 600 hours into Breath of the Wild, even after I 100%ed it. Tears of the Kingdom, I'm honestly closer to 500 at this point, but I love the fact that it continues on from that story, and I love that, as with every other Zelda game, which is a direct sequel, because there's more of them than people realize, it both rewards the players who remember the previous one, but doesn't punish or alienate people who are just diving into that one. You can dive into Tears of the Kingdom without playing Breath of the Wild. I love the hell out of that.
Yeah.
So, because I'm a crazy Zelda fan, and a bunch of us are, doesn't mean I want anyone else to feel like they have to play everything else. I want people to enjoy this series and dive in.
Yeah.
I loved the new mechanics. I loved the increased and added exploration. Honestly, the Zonai I kind of had like a love-hate relationship with, because I love the Zonai, but I still want to know, like, okay, but where do they fit into this? And I will say that aside from any stuff that we're still figuring out canon, also, for anyone who has not played Skyward Sword, definitely get it. Skyward Sword is my third favorite game of all time, third only to Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess. It is amazing. It is underrated. It is incredible.
Yeah.
Both gameplay as well as story-wise. I will not ignore the timeline, because the timeline is canon and it is good. But the because they made it, and I was going to say this. Not to go into a little bit of a rant here, but I love The Legend of Zelda, and I will say this as a bearer of bad news. The Zelda Wiki you actually can't trust, because they actually deny canon timelines. Like, prime example, one of my favorite Zelda games, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. When they shadow announced that game, Eiji Aonuma said to the camera, "This is the story that takes place 100 years before Breath of the Wild." The wiki refuses to acknowledge it as canon.
It should be.
It is canon. It's like, yes, it does more timeline shenanigans, but gotcha, Dragon. Sorry. But no, what I'm saying here is that so it's unfortunate that we all love these things so much, and kind of going off with what Nostalgia Alchemist was talking about. We were preserving these things, trying to make it more accessible and everything, and it's frustrating when you're trying to get all this accurate lore and everything, and people let their egos get in the way of what we're actually being given here.
Unfortunately.
But yeah, no, exactly. But yeah, no, the nice thing about it is that while the timeline is there, I see Dragonflame and I are on the exact same page, we're just wording it differently. I love the Zelda timeline. It's there, it's canon. But you don't have to know everything about it to enjoy the games. That's the best part about it. I get into it. I'm crazy. Sorry for going on that tangent. I did not mean to.
It's all good.
If nothing, it shows how passionate I am about it. Honestly, what I was going to say before got caught up on that, the one thing I disliked about the game was, as I'm a big Impa fan, I'm a huge Sheikah fan. I didn't like the sudden shift from all the Sheikah technology just to all Zonai technology.
Yeah.
I didn't hate it. I did like that they still made it new and everything, but it was just like kind of liked that better. But also, y'all might get a kick out of this. I mean, my laptop, its nickname is Sheikah Shrine, because my desktop that I'm on is my Sheikah Tower.
Yep.
Because it's a tower computer. But anyways, no. I loved that it wasn't just an over-glorified DLC, because a lot of people were thinking that it was going to be, and I've learned many people who have not played the game are letting themselves be taken in by just like a couple clips, and it's like, no, it's not mega DLC. It is a completely new adventure. It changes the rules and everything. I mean, most of us here, yes, I am, and I'm proud of it, Zenspath. That's how we bonded. Yes, I am a nerd. But one of the nice things about it too is like let's face it, Ultra Hand. Ultra Hand completely changed the rules of everything. But it's really funny. While I used it a lot, because I'm so used to more classic Zelda games, I found myself trying to find solutions without it. And not out of not wanting to use it, but out of like my own creativity within it.
Yeah.
And then of course I would still build silly things. In fact, I've been working on a Gleeok slaying shield monster.
Yes.
Which I'm hyped for. I loved the fact that we had so many returning things from Breath of the Wild, that we had so many new things. I mean, I wasn't as geeking out about the Gleeoks as some people were. I was more geeked out about their appearance than their battles, but still absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
And I know so many of us have waxed on and on and on and on about this game, but let's face it, it is, even if it's not the best Zelda game ever, it is an incredible game, absolutely worthy of every single high praise it's gotten. And I know some people were disappointed when Aonuma announced that there wasn't going to be any DLC. I get it, but at the same time, when the game is so complete and there's still so much in it, do we really need DLC?
No, we're good.
I'm very much that person who I enjoy DLC, but except in some cases I never like feel required for it. But no, just for Tears of the Kingdom, the depths I didn't get as into as some. I kind of wish there'd been a bit more lore behind it, but I still did really enjoy it. I honestly had fun just trying to match up things with the sky, and then again, just seeing what was different, being able to still enjoy that older Hyrule, seeing how these characters have grown, still having those connections, and just Breath of the Wild is a game that, again, I still adventure in my complete file. Tears of the Kingdom, I'm still doing. Like, I haven't 100%ed it yet because I still want to take my time with it.
That's perfectly fine. Like, games should be taken, like, people should be able to take their time instead of rushing games. Rushing games is going to make people enjoy it a lot less.
I agree with you 100%. I have always been someone who does take their time with games, and it's because I want to enjoy them. And so many of my files, like if it shows hours on it, you'll be like, Mantle, how do you have so many hours in that? Well, aside from the fact that I still have a lot in Splatoon 3 because I'm actively playing it, I am taking the chance to absorb every single bit of it. And sure enough, not only does that help me to continue my enjoyment, when friends get to the game later, there's always been a joke that I'm a walking Zelda strategy guide, atlas, and encyclopedia. And I didn't try to become this. It just happened. And then I realized, oh, well, there we go. But I love that Zelda had a strong role because she, contrary to what many people think, is an incredibly strong character in every single incarnation. Just when you're dealing with the Triforce of Power, you can't always help yourself. But the characters are great. I was really happy to see Impa get out and about and have some action, and I could ramble all night about it. I'm sorry I've gone on, but again, just
it's all good.
Everyone else's chat about it has just been so fun, and that's the thing that I feel every single one of us, whether we're guesting tonight or have been in chat, and thank you all for being here, we can all feel with the best games of 2023 is that we all get to sit here and share this passion and enjoy it, whether we're mentioning the same games or not.
Yeah.
So, and I just, as always, my friend, it is a blast hanging out, and thank you for having me on here.
Mantle, thank you so much for coming in. And no, we are not going to have a fourth Triforce symbol.
No.
No.
But yeah, no, it's always a blast here, and I look forward to all your episodes for next year, friend.
Looking forward to having you again next year.
I can't wait.
Yep. All right. Thank you for that. All right. So, Rox, you are next. Come on down. You are the next one. Hey, Rox.
Hi. Hello. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. Just got back from visiting family.
That's good to hear. I hope you had a great holiday.
It was all right. It was very chill, which that is all I can ask for.
Yep. So, tonight we are talking about the best games of 2023, and I want to hear what you have to say.
So, for me, my gaming habits this year have been to clear out my backlog as well as experience games from the past that I haven't played before. So, I did play a lot of games this year, but not all of them were new. However, like you said,
Yep.
the games that we're talking about tonight are new. So, my like everyone else here, I'm sure, I had a pretty hard time putting together like a top 3 list.
Yeah.
But I feel like my number 3 list, my number 3 game, might actually be Mario Wonder.
Yep.
I enjoyed it, and I think it's a fantastic Mario game. Though I don't think I enjoyed it quite as much as others, and I'm not entirely sure why that is. I love all the new power-ups. One of my favorite power-ups that was introduced in this game is the bubble power-up. Just because of how busted it can be. But, I'm glad that 2D Mario is back in a spot where it's not dull, because I'll be honest, when the game was first revealed, I kind of assumed it was just going to be like the new Soup games. If that makes sense.
Right.
So I'm glad it's not that. If you haven't played Mario Wonder yet and you still have that fear that it's just another new Super Mario game, let me tell you right now, it's not. It's so much more. Go play it. You need to play it. My second favorite game this year was probably Hi-Fi Rush.
Yes, Hi-Fi Rush.
I say probably, I mean no. It is just my favorite game. My second favorite game this year. I love the characters. I love the music. Its art style is fantastic. Chai is just Fry from Futurama, and you can't convince me otherwise. And I love how this game handles itself, because it's technically a rhythm game. It's a rhythm game, and the thing about it is, even if you're not good at rhythm games, you could just simply play it as a beat 'em up. It's just that you get more out of it if you actually do things to the rhythm.
Right.
And I love that, because for as much as I love rhythm games, I'm not exactly good at them. So I'm glad that that the game does just allow me to just treat it as just a regular hack and slash.
Oh yeah, it's like if it was Devil May Cry with rhythm.
Exactly. And I do need to get back to that game because I haven't beaten it yet. But that is another must-play recommendation from yours truly.
Yes.
My number 1 favorite game this year, though, and this is the game that I feel was snubbed at the Game Awards, Spider-Man 2.
Yep, Spider-Man 2. I knew you were going to pick that one.
This game genuinely made me cry several times, and it's not that often where I will cry at a video game, so you know a game is good if it makes me cry.
Yeah.
I want to go into the story, but I can't because spoilers. But let's just say I'm really excited for what they're going to do with future titles.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a fan of anything Venom related, go play it.
Yep.
If you want a more fleshed out New York, go play it. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that one.
Eventually, I will play Spider-Man 3. I just got to go back to not Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2. I'm confused tonight, sorry.
I mean, no worries. It might as well be Spider-Man 3. Miles Morales is kind of sort of just Spider-Man 2.
Because I need to go back to Spider-Man 1, then Miles Morales, and then Spider-Man 2 at this point. Since I don't have a PS5, I'm probably going to have to wait until when it eventually hits PC. But whenever that will be, I don't know when. But all I know is I would like to play these games because Spider-Man is one of my favorite superheroes of all time, and And for these games to be of the highest possible quality just impresses me. So the fact that you can just swing through as much of New York as possible, for someone like me who lives in New York, I love it. So I have to play these games at some point. They're in my backlog. Well, at least they will be in my backlog. But yeah.
Yeah. And because they add, the glider into Spider-Man 3, it just makes traversal that much more fun and quick.
Yeah.
When this game hits PC, because it eventually will, let's be honest here.
Yeah.
Get it as soon as you can. I cannot stress that enough.
Yep. Hopefully by then I have played both Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales.
Yeah. Play those first because the game definitely assumes that you've already beaten 1 in Miles Morales. Because there's a lot of callback to both of those. Some of those callbacks will definitely make you tear up a bit. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But if you haven't played it yet, play it. If you're waiting for a PC port, get it as soon as it drops. Please, I recommend it.
All right. That's very good. Yeah. So is that everything that you wanted to talk about tonight?
Yeah, that's about it.
All right. Rox, thank you so much for coming through. I will make sure to have you on again for a future episode.
Yeah, thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here, bud.
Yep. All right. Take care, dude.
See ya.
Yep. All right. Epic Man, you are next.
Oh, hey, hello. What's going on?
It's good to have you back on once again, Epic.
Yeah, it's good to be back here.
Yep. So, the best games of 2023. I would like to know exactly what do you have to say about it.
Yeah, like 2023 was a pretty amazing year for games, as we all said over and over. And then, of course, there's the other thing that happened, which is unfortunate for the developers, and especially what happened recently with Insomniac Games with the whole ransomware attack and the leaks. And I wanted to say that is very often I really wish that they would continue to be okay and everything will hopefully be all right in the future, and continue to stay up and be strong about it. So because fuck those people who tried to take away from all their stuff, because honestly, fuck them.
Agreed, 100%. Because like the fact that they put so much work in the games that they've been making, only for that to just be like just put out in the open, it's absolutely heartbreaking and disappointing and very, very frustrating.
Yeah. So I want to wish them for the best, but I want to say the games that I have played over this year were spectacular. I want to give some mentions, and I'm going to give them a little brief because I don't want to spend too much time with each of them. So first off, I want to give a mention to WarioWare Move It.
Yes,
a game that I truly didn't think they're going to do a spiritual successor to Smooth Moves, which I honestly believe it is my favorite WarioWare game of all time. And they did it again with Move It, where you use the Joy-Cons, which I've been clamoring for Nintendo to make a WarioWare game where you use the Joy-Cons as some sort of gimmick, with just like how Smooth Moves did. And they did it exactly how I envision for them to do. Like, they did so much with the Joy-Cons, so much with the forms, and seeing the mini games, how creative they can be. Like, they just threw in a lot of mini games out there just to see what sticks for us to have fun and to just stick with and play with everyone. I love the game so much. I really want to say that much. So, yeah. Next thing, the game that came out was a remake or remaster, but it's mostly just both, you would say. Wheel of Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie.
Yes.
A sequel to the remake of the sequel of the original, which was a fantastic upgrade of the first game, an improvement, where they fixed up a lot of things with the gameplay, made it so much better in my opinion. The music always is spectacular to listen, and just they did so much to make it fun for to have us to play as the cousins in this one, to see a story mode, or like to see a story behind the scenes of what happens with the king, like how his backstory came about, and having new levels about the king that you play as the king when he was a kid. So that one was really cool to see.
Yeah.
And I love it so much. I really wish people would play more of it because Katamari is love, and we all love Katamari.
Right.
So, and the next thing is this one. We know that not Mario, Super Mario RPG came out this year, the remake of it. That is. But as much as I would love to play that remake, I have not bought the game. But I did have the original just recently on the Wii U because it is on Virtual Console. So I decided to go ahead and play that game from start to finish. But I'm almost there though. I have not finished it yet. But from what I've played so far in the game, it is so much amazing to see how the first Mario RPG game came about, because the game has so much whimsical of characteristics, the world, the battle, the music, like the bosses, like they're all pretty damn good. I never thought I would see anything like it, where it reminds me of when I first played Paper Mario, the N64,
Yep,
Thousand Year Door, and the Mario Luigi series. Like they all have such amazing worlds and amazing characters to look and see what they're doing, what they're thinking, and what they just like to do. It is so amazing that I'm reliving that moment like that with Super Mario RPG, the first Mario RPG game, and I never played it before. I just never got the chance to it. I played Paper Mario and Mario Luigi at first, and then now I got into with Super Mario RPG, the original.
Yep.
And it makes me want to look forward to playing the remake when I get the chance, because I wanted to give the game a chance, so I just thought, let me play the original before I get to it. So
oh yeah,
that's gonna be what's gonna happen next year, hopefully. And then the last thing I'm gonna mention is Dead Space. Dead Space remake. I've been so happy that they made a remake of it. It is so good. I have been loving the hell out of it. I've been hoping to see some sort of return after the third game, which not a lot of people was fond of, because EA was just doing the series dirty for their greedy tactics, and it surprises me that they actually gave it a second chance instead of just dying it out. Like we lost the team that built up the game, and now we have a new team that actually did really good on it. They made the first game look so beautiful. The lighting is so fantastic, and the game is really, really, really spooky. Like the atmosphere just felt like it is spookier, more scarier than how it is in the original, in my opinion.
Yes.
Like it gets really dark, really scary, and it really fucks with your mind like a lot. So yeah, I am very glad that they did decide to remake this whole thing, and hopefully maybe in the future we'll see more of it, because I really want to see that, see more Dead Space. So
that'd be great. Yeah.
So now I want to give a brief mention of I want to talk about my favorite games of this year, and I'm gonna go quickly because I don't want to spend too much time here, because even though it's getting a little late, but I want to go in brief with them. So I'm going to have 5 games that I had to say, but as I said, I'm not going to spend too much time on them. So let me go with the 5th game.
Okay.
My 5th game is going to be Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Okay.
I really adore this game. This game has been so much fun. I cannot believe that they actually made a sequel to this game of Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
For a while, like I have not thought about that they were going to make a sequel to this until they decide to say, hey, you know what? Fuck it, let's do it. So you know what? We can just wait a bit more to see how the game's gonna be with the trailers and all. The hype was getting bigger and bigger until we get the game, and I bought it up as soon as I could get my hands on it, and I was impressed.
Oh
I was
yeah.
impressed that they managed to make the game more bigger, more expansive, even if we are playing the same exact map of Hyrule from Breath of the Wild with some differences here and there with changes. I was not expecting that, even though we saw the main gimmick or the main thing that they were focusing on the marketing was we now have the Sky World where it's just giving us nostalgia for playing Skyward Sword if you played it back then. I was really hyped to see how that's going to work, and but even crazier to see that we can go underground and there's even more stuff to look forward to.
Yep.
The underground world, the depths, it was so crazy. I probably spent more time in there than in the sky. I just couldn't believe that what I was doing. Like I was just so enthralled with the world itself. Like the world surprised me the most than the than the gameplay. Even though the gameplay is still fun too, like with Ultra Hand and everything, like with buildings. Just it's so much fun to build stuff, to find a way with your mind to be creative, which you want to solve a puzzle too. Like you can just do whatever, just you have some things with you, you can build up on your way to fly around or to attack monsters with weapons you can fuse with. Like even the fusing weapon thing was so fun. Like it was really cool. The only criticism I would give this game, and that is because of the Sky World. I feel like the Sky World wasn't enough to to give off the full massive experience, because I think they don't put too much things up there. I feel like there's some spots in the world of the ups of the sky. I don't think they put enough. I feel like there's like some spaces that feels like they should have put more in. Like I think they should put more stuff in the sky for us to explore, because there's so much that you can do. And even though they did a lot with this one, but I can see them doing more. If you imagine if they do DLC, which I don't think they needed to, because honestly the game is good enough as it is. So, but if they do DLC, there would have been more stuff in the clouds maybe. Who knows? But overall, I think the game is great. Story, freaking crazy. I am almost finishing the game. I'm like literally near the end of the game, so I'm gonna be finishing that soon. So I would say this game really rocks, and people should give it a try if you have yet to play this. So yeah, that's gonna be my number 5.
Mm-hmm.
And number 4 it is gonna be Super Mario Wonder. So this is really fun. I was not expecting for a game like this to be this crazy. For a game about a flower that would make things go weird and funky, where you just don't expect anything that was going to happen when you touch it. Mario and his friends are all in the journey to stop Bowser, who became a castle in the sky, rooting the Flower Kingdom.
Yeah.
And so you are going into the world of the Flower Kingdom, finding things that you not expect to see with the Wonder Flower, and you have to collect them if you want to move on. Collect the seeds to get better and powerful, because that's how you're gonna traverse the world. You have to get enough the flower seeds, because that's how it is. Like in Super Mario 3D World, you have to get some green stars if you want to progress. That's like that in this game too. And I will say, this game feels so much better or so much amazing since Super Mario World, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
Like so many games that I have played in Mario, I've been playing them all in my life because I am a huge Mario fan, and this game feels like a next step after Mario World. Like I love the new Super Mario Bros. Series. I won't stop playing them when I was a kid, and even now I would play them sometimes. But I can never forget with the DS version that always charms me away, because I never stopped playing it. And so, but Mario Wonder feels like a next step that it needed to be, because they needed something to go bigger and crazier, or something that we would never think of, and this game delivers it. So
Yep.
I think it is a great thing that Nintendo did this way, and having co-op, even though I would have liked to see more chaotic where you can just throw people off, because that's just how I felt like when I was playing this new Super Mario Brothers, and even Rayman Origins, like you get to mess with each other. But I don't mind this. Like, even having collisions off, it can still be a great time no matter what. So I think that this game delivers it. The music, oh my god, let me tell you, the music in the first level with the acapella, the singing, ooh, you need to listen to it. This needs to be in some sort of museum of video game music, because it deserves to be listened to by everyone, because it is charmful, it is beautiful, and it's very soothing to hear.
Yes.
So that is my number 4. And now for number 3, and I'm going to be a little bit quick with this one. A game that didn't need to exist, a game that really we never asked for. We would never need it. But what Capcom did with this one, I say they did a stupendous job. Beautiful to look at, gameplay-wise, fun as hell, and just very, very thrilling. And that is Resident Evil 4 Remake.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, the Resident Evil 4 Remake was something I just didn't expect, nor would even wanted it, because really, we could have had a new Resident Evil moving forward. But Capcom is trying to do something where they are trying to revitalize the magic of the original, but they just want to make it so it would be enjoyed by people in the modern age, and to see how would you like to see how Resident Evil 4 would be like if it was made today. So I think they did a great job. The story itself is honestly the more upfront than it is on the original, because the original is just mostly about the gameplay. Like, everyone loves the gameplay in the original, and the story itself is just a backside, because it's just a cheesy, fun popcorn thrill movie kind of story where it's just Leon saving a girl from the infected people in Spain. Like, it is just a wacky movie idea that just doesn't take to itself too seriously. But in the remake, it feels like they were trying to take it too seriously, because it did, but there was still funny, cheesy stuff in there too, but maybe not throughout. But it is still something I honestly think that it is pretty cool to see, where you get to see Leon and him being vulnerable at times, where he is trying to save Ashley, and you get to see how Ashley gets evolves as a character. Like, she has been upgraded, in my opinion, in terms of her character. Like, you get to see her, how she feels, how she cares about trying to trying to get Leon out of there when you had to play as her one time. You get to see more of her and her vulnerability. It's so much better, and I love how they do with everything. Like, Leon is great, the Ashley is great, Ada, she is good here and there, but I think they did a little bit better with her when you play as in separate ways, if you never played it. So it's good. They did everything, and even everything where they try to fit in everything with all the story beats from the original into here, but they mixed up. So it's kind of like a remix version in a way, how the story beats goes from the original. But it's so great. And I have been playing the game for hours, because the modding in this game is so good, because you can just really pretty much change any characters into anything, so you can play with them and such. And yeah, I've been playing with that for so long. So yeah, it's fun to mod in that game. It's fun to mod any games, but yeah, that's gonna be my number 3. Number 2, and people here have already talked about it a little bit, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit more, but briefly, and that's going to be Pizza Tower. Ooh boy, Pizza Tower. I was never aware of this game. I have been looking at it on Twitter when it was in development throughout the years. I was just not like waiting or patiently. I was just leave it on the backside and just wait and to see when they're gonna come out about it, until recently. And then now the game is out, and I've been hooked on the game for so many times. Every time I go into Steam, get the game up, and I just couldn't stop playing it. The game is thrilling, chaotic, and just fun. And it can be very hard too because the game is mostly a game that is like made for speedrunners because you are always going fast. You're always holding the RT or the R2, the shoulder button, because you are supposed to go fast, hitting enemies, and go to the end of the stage and then go back to the beginning because this game is essentially like Wario Land, where if you don't remember, or mostly like Wario Land 4, because that's how it is in Wario Land 4, where you got to go to the end of the stage to hit a timer, and you have a timer that will go down to 0 and you will die if you don't go back to the very beginning of the stage, because that's how it was in Wario Land 4.
Yeah.
And they did the same thing in Pizza Tower. And it gets crazier. It gets crazier with all the designs of the level, the enemies you have to go through, but you can do that with so many moves as you are the Peppino Spaghetti, the pizzeria guy who is just a pizza guy who owns a pizza store, who needed to go to this tower because a freaking floating pizza decided to say, "Hey, you got a sweet pizza place. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna kill it." And so Peppino was like, no, I have to go and get you. And he is going to the tower to stop the pizza face from destroying his pizzeria store. And that's legit the whole story. You don't need to know anything about it because this game is all about running, smashing, running, and just looking at the funny characters in the background, because the game has a lot of charms with the art style. The art style is literally like something you would see out of a 90s cartoon like Nickelodeon with maybe Rocko's Modern Life, if you watch that, because I know you love that show, Peter, because that is one of my favorite shows when I was a kid.
Yep.
So it is very cool, very charmful. I played a lot of mods in this game, like you have no idea. I played with the Pinkie Pie mod where you play as Pinkie Pie, and there's one cool one where you can play as the Knights, the Sega game Knights. Like somebody actually made a full-fledged Knight mod into Pizza Tower, and he is pretty much like how you play him, and just playing like Peppino as him, but with amazing animations and stuff. So there's lots and lots of more mods coming in soon, but there's going to be a new update that's coming out for this game where you play as the Noise, the ripoff of the Noid, if you guys know the Noid from Domino's back in the day, when that used to be the mascot. So yeah, that's a reminiscence. So we're gonna play as that guy in the future. But yeah, Pizza Tower, I just cannot stop playing it. The game is so much fun. I'm almost there to being completely finished with 100% because I am going to get all the P ranks. The P ranks is just the highest ranking you would want to show that you have beaten Pizza Tower completely. And I am almost there. So I'm really needing like a few levels, and then I am just done with the game, even though I'll still play it anyway for mods. So, but yeah, that is my number 2.
I'm pretty sure I know what your number 1 is.
Yeah.
Well,
and everyone talked about it here before, but I just want to give some props.
Is it Hi-Fi Rush?
You know it, baby.
Yeah, I knew it would be Hi-Fi Rush. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Where do I start? But yeah, you guys have heard it. You guys have noticed that this game has been going around back when it was announced. I think during was it a direct
it was like
or something?
It was like a Microsoft presentation of sorts. I don't remember what it was called, but
I think it was like a showcase. I think.
Yeah, because that's how like they revealed the game. They just showed the game off. People were like, "Oh, I didn't see this before. This is pretty new." And then at the end of it, that segment, they said, "Oh, by the way, guess what? Did you know that this game is out now?" And then it caused a buzz on the internet.
Oh yeah, like the thing is, when I was seeing that trailer for the first time, I was like, "Okay, interesting." Like I'm liking the art style, but I wasn't sure about how the gameplay worked because it looked like a game that I was just thinking, this could be a game that I can just think about it later, because this doesn't look too crazy to me. But I decided to just say, hey, I had Game Pass one time, and you know what? Hi-Fi Rush is in there because it was compatible with Game Pass, and mostly people would go for it. So I gave it a go, and the first level showed up, the beginning, the intro sequence, and it was mind blowing. The music is the front and center because it is about music. And you play as this guy, Chai, who wants to be a rock star. And so he has got himself a arm that is just a robotic arm because he needed to get a new arm and stuff. But something went wrong when he was getting his arm. He had his MP3 player getting stuck into his heart, and now his heart is beating to the rhythm. And so anything comes in rhythm, the whole world is in rhythm. Like literally when you play the game, you get to see the whole world beating to his rhythm. It's like the whole world is just bouncing like all over the place, and it's amazing. Just alone the atmosphere, the settings, the world itself. You're inside this big island with the whole factory around. You are going in. It is so beautiful looking. The cell shading is just wonderful. I love the music, like the gameplay. I mean, it is literally just Devil May Cry, but it is rhythm. It is, you had to go along with the rhythm, and you have to if you want to get good scores, if you care about that. But you can literally play the game as if you were playing just a regular hack and slash. You don't have to go in beat. That's not important. But for people who love rhythms and loves hack and slash, this is the game for you. This game is about you coordinating yourself with when you have to press a button at the right time, because you are in rhythm. Guess what else? The enemies are in rhythm.
Yeah.
Everyone is in rhythm, and you can dodge at the right time when you know when you're in rhythm. Or you can just do it whenever if you want, because, you know, like I said, you don't have to go everything in rhythm, but it is literally in rhythm.
Yep.
You can dodge. You can chain up on enemies. You can go do the super moves to make a giant attack. And there's plenty of them that you have to buy in the shop, because there are so many moves and combos that you should try it out, because it needs you to do different moves each time, because if you keep repeating moves, your scores will go down a bit. So you have to change up the way you play each time if you want to get a better score. But yet that shouldn't be scaring for you if you really just want to play the game as it is. So just do whatever you want in rhythm if you want to. So, but yeah, but can I just say, like, the music, the way they picked it and the way how they go about it when it comes to, like, because if you worry because they have copyrighted songs, but yet there is a option where you can just pretty much put streamer mode on if you're streaming it.
Yeah.
They did what they did was they literally had to remake the music that was copyrighted into their own non-copyrighted version of that song. So that way they can just still have the same music tonal, but they want to make it their own version, so that way so people don't have to worry about it being copyrighted. So
yeah,
it's still there. You can imagine it being the copyright song, but it is not. You're safe, and that's what I love about how people know what they're doing when they're making games, is that they want to make it they want to make the same. You know what? No, they want to make the game how it is, how they envision, but they don't want people to get in trouble.
Yeah.
So they do with this, where they had to make their own songs, even though they have the original songs. And I would say the original songs in that game is great. It's so beautiful to listen to, and I would put them in my phone all the time to listen, because the music is a bop. It is so beautiful to listen to, and seeing the characters that you go along with Chai, 808, Peppermint, Macaron, everyone just so cool. The bosses are fun to watch when you fight them. They can be very expressive and charming. They all have their own personalities, and you probably will remember them if you played the game. I would guarantee you, because they're all so memorable for me, and I'd say it is my favorite game of this year, and that is going to be my favorite game of 2023. So,
ooh, that's a good choice right there. Like, I will still have to play Hi-Fi Rush at some point.
Oh yeah, you would need to. You don't have to do it right away. No rush. The game is going to be on Xbox. It's going to be there, and honestly, it is a blast to play. Everyone should play it. Just like how I'd say Katamari because I love the music so much in that game, and I want people to share because it's a game that will make you smile. And I
Yeah.
would say the same thing for Hi-Fi Rush because the music in that will make you smile. The
Oh, yeah.
gameplay will make you go have a good time. It was such a blast to play through, to have really amazing memories of how you can do the beats and it will feel good when you get it all in rhythm.
Yep. All right, but thank you for coming as always, Epic.
I appreciate it for you bringing me here, man. I really love doing this, man, and I would hopefully be on your podcast in the next year.
Oh, totally. All right. Well, you take care.
All right, man. Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so right now what I'm going to do is I am going to switch over here. So I was trying to get a hold of Mick Patches 3D, and he said that he was doing something, but he said he would let me know when he was done, but I'm not sure what time he would be done. But I'm going to go ahead and do my stuff, my own best games of 2023, and after that I have some things I want to talk about afterwards because we still have some time left. Let me give a shout out to Epic Man. And I have some things that I want to talk about right now. So this is going to be like a solo thing for me at this time. So here's the thing. First and foremost, I want to thank all the guests for coming in and speaking about like their personal favorite games of the year, as well as like what they thought was the best game of the year. Now it's my turn. So, a couple of games that I want to talk about. So let's start with the remakes, and I've played a few remakes that came out this year, but one of the biggest remakes I played this year that I did not expect to see it at all. It was rumored for years, and it finally came out. And that remake is Metroid Prime Remastered. Holy fuck. That was such an incredible way to bring the game to the Nintendo Switch. So it's the original game from 2002. They do have some quality of life stuff from the Wii version, but they also added a lot of new stuff. Like you have multiple, like around like 4 different control schemes. They have motion controls, you have traditional controls, you have like a twin stick, and they also have like a hybrid of ways to play the game using gyro with the traditional controls and all that stuff. It's incredible. They have so many different ways you could play the game. Plus, the visuals look so good. It's so crisp. It just looks like a game that came out this year. I mean, the remake came out this year, but it looks like Metroid Prime came out this year for the first time. That's how good it looks in comparison to how it looked on either the GameCube or the Wii, depending on the version of the game you're playing. And like the fact that this was shadow dropped on a Nintendo Direct, they did release a physical copy 2 weeks after the Direct, but the digital copy released immediately after the Nintendo Direct was over. So the fact that we had Metroid Prime Remastered, and this was done by Retro Studios, so they put in the work for this. They gave us a great remake or remastered, whatever it is you want to call it. They did a fantastic job. You have all the worlds going, like just stepping into Finata Drifts for the first time in the remaster just gives me chills. Or if you go down and the moment that you get yourself like all the suits, where you want to get yourself the Phazon suits, you want to get the gravity suit and all that, you want to get all the weapons. There were a few moments that I felt were complete BS, but they're just minor nitpicks at best. But I still had a blast because I never beat the original Metroid Prime because the second form of the final boss gave me a lot of trouble. But when I came in to playing this game, in the remake, I actually didn't have as much trouble with it as I did with the original. I actually had more trouble with the Meta Ridley fight. I had a lot more trouble with that. But here's the thing. Here is the thing about this whole thing. You see, Metroid Prime Remastered, people will probably forget it came out this year, but it did. If you have not played the game yet, go do it. Physical, digital, however you want to play it, it's one of the greatest games ever. And I recommend that. This one I'm not going to spend as much time on, but Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Now, this game was a remake of the Wii game that came out in 2011, and it was announced back in the fall of 2022 during the Nintendo Direct. And I played the original one. I never beat the game solo, at least at the time before the remake was released. And what happened is that I played it with 3 friends, one of which being my buddy Silverstone Condor. That was like back in 2012. We played at a friend's place. And we had a blast playing through. We 100% the game, got everything. And then the remake was announced, and they've added even more content. Like, you got the same game as you have with the original, but you also have a lot more content. Because in terms of visuals, it looks a lot better. It looks a lot sharper, made specifically for HD, as opposed to the original, which the Wii was not in HD. They added an epilogue dedicated to Magalore, which took place after the main game. Plus, they've added a ton of minigames from different games in the series, like Kirby's Adventure, Kirby's Superstar, and a lot more. They have so many different minigames that you could play. You could play online with those minigames. It's a lot of fun just to play these minigames. It makes it a great package. I wish they added online play to the actual co-op. I kind of wish they did, considering the fact that there have been some other 2D platformers that did have online. Most don't, unfortunately, but this one sadly doesn't. But aside from that, you could play, because like in this game, you could play as Kirby, King Dedede, Meta Knight, or Bandana Waddle Dee. You can play as any of them, and the game is a lot of fun. Great remake. Honestly, it makes an already great game even better. Like all the content. Like, if I were to rank the original in a Kirby tier list, it'd be A. But if I were to rank the remake in a Kirby tier list, it goes into the S tier, because they added so much, more than enough to actually mention that this is basically a remake with a lot of extra content. Like, you have an epilogue, you have a lot of cool stuff, like mini games and stuff added to the game. So I have to say that Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe, well worth the time. Definitely go play. I streamed the game earlier this year. I also streamed Metroid Prime Remastered earlier in the year. If you guys have checked it out, great. If not, they're up on YouTube. And one more remake I want to talk about that came out this year, because I could talk about the Battle Network series, which, yes, great. Like, the first 3 games are great. I still got to play the other 3. Actually, 2 more remakes I want to talk about. Advance Wars. I still have to play Advance Wars 2. But Advance Wars 1, after playing it and after beating the game, I spent some time with it. I actually had a great time with it. I still think that Dual Strike's a better game than the first one, but I have to play Black Hole Rising. But the remake I really want to talk about is Super Mario RPG, because Super Mario RPG is one of the best games on Super Nintendo. I still have my cartridge, and now I have the cartridge for the remake on Switch. So the thing about Super Mario RPG, the original game, by the time that the game's development was completely finalized, Nintendo and Square was actually dealing with some bad blood. They were not in good terms around this time, and by the time that the game was finished, Square made 2 more games. I know one of them was Bahamut Lagoon, and then afterwards they bounced. They basically pieced out and just went to the PlayStation. Aside from the fact that the N64 was not a disc-based system and they wanted discs and Nintendo said no. The other reason is that Nintendo and Square were just having a falling out, and all because one of the reasons that led to the fallout was when the Super Nintendo CD got canceled. Like, the whole Nintendo and Sony deal fell through. Square had Secret of Mana, Secret of Mana like in development for the Super Nintendo CD, and because the Super Nintendo CD got canceled, they put the game in the cartridge. They were not happy about that. Square was angry about that, and it got to the point where like Square eventually, during the PS1 era, they developed a major ego, which afterwards, when Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within bombed, that nearly killed them. But what saved them was the merge, like two things that saved them: the merger of Square and Enix, as well as the Kingdom Hearts series. That's what saved them. And because the main reason they had a falling out with Nintendo is because of the former Nintendo president of Japan, Hiroshi Yamauchi, because he's a huge hard ass. But see, the thing is about that is that so for Square and Nintendo, they started to rekindle their relationship the moment that Satoru Iwata took over Nintendo. And afterwards, it got to the point where we started seeing Square Enix release more games on Nintendo platforms. Though for Nintendo, they barely supported the GameCube, but they definitely supported the Game Boy Advance a lot. And then they started releasing more games. And people were wondering, hey, are we ever going to get a remake of Super Mario RPG? Many people have doubted it for so many years. People were like, yeah, I don't think this is ever going to happen. I don't think we're ever going to see a Super Mario RPG remake. We've gotten a lot of stuff from Square. We're on a total of 16 Final Fantasies. We have gotten remakes of Live Alive. We've gotten remakes of Trials of Mana. We've gotten remakes of like so many different Square games, as well as remasters, ports of games you would never have expected to see from Square. And not to mention the fact that with Dragon Quest XI being a return to form for the series and all that stuff, plus adding some new stuff to that game, introducing new IPs like Octopath Traveler, for example. And then it's like, because people talk about how Square only relies on Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, and Dragon Quest, but then there's like a lot of other things that they've been doing. And people keep wondering if we're ever going to get a Super Mario RPG remake. Well, if you watched the June Nintendo Direct for 2023 and you were a Super Mario RPG fan, you were popping off like no tomorrow. You were popping off. Oh my God. Like, I couldn't believe it. They actually fucking did it. They made a remake of Super Mario RPG for the Nintendo Switch. I was wondering, why wasn't the game released on NSO? This is why. Because we got the remake. Because at first, when I saw the trailer and I saw the game, I originally thought it was just, oh, they're gonna put it on NSO. No, I saw like a little like sparkle just going through the screen, and then you could see that's transitioning from the original game to the remake. Oh my God. Super Mario RPG. When I played this game, I streamed it. I'm actually going to be finishing up the post game really soon. Stay tuned for that. But this is how you do a remake. This is how you actually do a remake. You don't really take away anything from the original game. Like, you basically stay true to the original while also adding some quality of life improvements to make the game even better. Sure, the difficulty is definitely easier than the original, but here's the thing. The original game was not really all that hard to begin with. It was not that long of a game. Like, you were probably going to spend like no more than 20 hours tops in the original. I've spent about like maybe like close to 15 to 17 hours. And I still had a great time playing Super Mario RPG. Yes, I absolutely love Super Mario RPG. And wow, what a remake. Like, absolutely love everything about it. The music, Yoko Shimomura, as it said before, she does not miss at all. She does not miss. She did a great job in making an amazing soundtrack for this remake. Then you have like all the moments, all the characters, settings, everything from the original brought back. The battle system is about the same as the original, but with some tweaks. For example, they added like the ability to use a triple attack. You have a gauge system, and every time you do any of the time hits, and if you're successful, the more you are successful at them, then you might be able to do extra damage to the surrounding enemies while attacking the main enemy that you're going for. That's pretty cool. And then you have the triple attack, which changes depending on who's in your party. So for example, if like you have Mario, Peach, and Mallow, you get something for healing. But you could get a lot more offensive stuff depending on who you want to have in your party. It's really cool. You could play around with it too. And then once you beat the game, you get a post game, because there wasn't really a post game in the original, but now you have a post game in the remake. So it's mainly boss fight rematches. I don't want to say too much about it because I want people to play the game and experience it themselves. But I will say, go play this game. Go get this remake. If you want an amazing remake, Super Mario RPG. Now let's go to 3 games that are brand new to 2023 that I personally think are the best games of the year. And number 3 for me is a game that I personally have felt like just came out of nowhere. And I'm surprised this didn't even get mentioned at all. But I have to mention this game. F-Zero 99. Oh my god. Oh my god. F-Zero 99. It was announced in the September Nintendo Direct. Nobody thought we would ever get anything F-Zero ever again. And we got F-Zero 99. People were worried that this would not last long. But I play it every now and then, and people still play the game. I see people still playing the game. The game is awesome. F-Zero 99 has been a blast, as Maverick said in the chat. F-Zero 99 is a lot of fun. I've spent so much time. I've only ever won once. The game is not easy to win, but to me, that's okay, because just being able to play the game at all, being able to actually race against all these people is like, it just makes me want it even more. Like, unlike Super Mario 35, where I win so much, I get easily bored of the game, or Pac-Man 99 was so hard to win and the game was frustrating, Tetris 99 was a happy medium. It was such a happy medium. I absolutely thought that it was great. But F-Zero 99, I think, is the best of the 99 games. I'm going to go out of my way to say that this is better than Tetris 99. It's way better than Mario 35 or Pac-Man 99. Both of those two games, have been shut down. In Mario 35's case, it was a stupid reason with the whole anniversary thing. Pac-Man, I'm assuming that might be because of lack of interest. But F-Zero 99, yo, play some rounds of F-Zero 99 and you're gonna have a good time. It may not be the most ideal way to bring F-Zero back, but you know what? I don't care. I have a lot of fun with it. It's great. It's definitely well worth your time to play the game. The game is so good. F-Zero 99 was a lot of fun. Being able to get badges, being able to KO, you can build up your card. You have only 4 vehicles and you have 15 tracks, but it's well worth your time. It's a lot of fun. I highly recommend playing F-Zero 99. If you have an NSO subscription, you can just download it and you can just play it right away. So number 2 for me, before we go to number 2, I just want to say that Street Fighter 6 is definitely a big honorable mention for me, because it's great to have Street Fighter back in its full form. But I need to play more of the game. Number 2 for me is going to be Super Mario Brothers Wonder. That game was a lot of fun. Like, being able to play the game, like, the visual style reminds me a lot of what a Super Mario World sequel should be. It looks so colorful. It looks so stylish, way more so than any of the new Super Mario Bros. Games. Do I think it's better than Super Mario World? I still have to think about this, but I do think it's way better than any of the new Super Mario Bros. Games. And I personally think that it might be better than Mario 3, but I still gotta really take more time to play more Mario Wonder. But Mario Wonder is fantastic. Like all the levels, like there's so much charm, there's so much effort they put into this. They took the time to make this game. They took the time to give the hardcore Mario fans the experience that they would want. This game is incredible. The major downside that I have to this are the boss battles. What we have of the boss battles they're fine. The final boss battle is incredible. I kind of wish we had a little more variety in the boss battles. That's what I would have liked. At least to have them do different things. But I digress. Everything else about the game. Oh, one other nitpick I have. One save file per account. Like you have to use different accounts. I kind of wish you had 3 save files per account, but that's a nitpick for me. It's not a huge deal, but it's just a little minor annoyance. But yeah, Super Mario Bros. Wonder is probably like it's the master class of platforming. You have multiple characters to choose from. You have Mario, Luigi, Peach, Daisy, 3 different Toads. Well, 2 different Toads, like yellow and blue, and you also have Toadette. Then you also have 4 different Yoshis and Nabbit. So that's a lot of characters. That's like about 12 characters to play as. They all play the same, but it's just who you prefer. Except for your Yoshis and Nabbit. Yoshi and Nabbit, they're basically characters for those who always have trouble playing the game. So you could play these games. They play these characters. They don't really take hits that much, but there's a lot of limitations. Like they were not able to use certain abilities, but I kind of wish that they had an option where you could toggle that off if you want to play as like any of the characters normal way, because they can't get power-ups either. So like speaking of power-ups, the elephant Mario, like the elephant power-up is incredible. They knew what they were doing with it. They just had, there's a lot of moments in the game I don't want to spoil. I want people to experience it, but there's a lot of moments in which they actually made Elephant Mario stand out. You have the drill Mario from, like, it's kind of like the one from the Mario Galaxy games, but they managed to make it fit in very well in 2D form, and I thought it was fun. But Bubble Mario was fun too. Like, you could actually use bubbles to platform if you know what you're doing. They did great with this game. Everything about it, like, you could choose whatever stage you want to do in each world. Like, there's no set order. You could just, well, it starts off thinking that you have the traditional Mario maps, but then it deviates from that to like a more open map. You could just choose whatever level you want. And then afterwards, you can just play the game and however you want to play it. And if you're playing online, you can play online with like having random people join you, but they don't interact with you. You basically just what they do is they just do their own thing, but they do leave standees. So if you die, but you're right near a standee, it saves you. So like you'll become a ghost temporarily for a few seconds, and then afterwards you will be back to normal. You could also host a friend room online. You could do races. You could just have your friends help you and whatnot. But if you play local multiplayer, you do have a sense of being able to help each other directly. You don't have as much contact from like you do in these Super Mario Bros. Games, but that's okay. The game is still fucking amazing. But let's move on to the last game. I want to at least talk a little bit about The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. This game is absolutely incredible. I love Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is amazing. And then now we have Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom is just one of the greatest experiences I've had this year. Tears of the Kingdom is phenomenal. I cannot believe that, because I love this game way more than Breath of the Wild. I cannot believe that they managed to take everything they have from Breath of the Wild, and there's a lot of it that's so much better. Like, you have a bigger Hyrule. Sure, it's the same map, but there's a lot more you can do this time around. But you also have the sky, where you could be able to check out different areas in the sky. You have the Zonai this time around. they have the same conventions. Like, for example, the blood moon still pops up every now and then. You could still cook. You have all the weather. You could be able to climb. You still have all the shrines to do. But instead of the Sheikah shrines, you now have the Zonai style shrines that you have to work on. There's like way more than 120. There's a lot more that you can actually get. And they spread them out very well. Like, they change how the shrines work. They have different challenges. They have some puzzles. They don't really have a lot of the combat shrines in the same vein, but they do have some where you fight like certain enemies. However, they're trials. Like, there would be some sort of trial in a way. Once you complete them, then you get the orbs that you can use to either get yourself more hearts or more stamina. And well, the funny thing is that they made it so that in terms of the story, they definitely advanced the story very well. You have to collect the tiers. You have a lot of things you have to collect. There's a total of 5 dungeons compared to 4 divine beasts, and the way the dungeons work, so much better than the divine beasts. It actually does feel like Zelda dungeons, but in the Tears of the Kingdom world. And the 5th dungeon came by surprise. You have the fucking light dungeon, because you have wind, you have water, you have fire, and you have earth. Like the earth dungeon, like, that has a lot of electricity. You have the fire dungeon, like, obviously with fire. The game sways you to do the wind dungeon first, or wind temple, if you want to call it that too. They sway you to going there first to the Rito village, just like how in the original they want you to do the water one first. But it's great to revisit some of these areas. I actually did the wind temple first, and I believe I did wind, then water, then I did fire, and then I did earth. And then I did the light one, which I did not expect that. I did not spend as much time in the depths as I would have liked to, but my experience with the depths, Nintendo didn't even talk about the depths at all. My experience with the depths was phenomenal. It was great. And then when you go in, and I didn't even talk about being able to build stuff, like all the bosses that they have, like being able to build. You could be creative and just make whatever you want 99% of the time. If you can make it, it's going to work. But there are times in which that I've actually finished some shrines in the ways that they did not intend it. There's a solution, a dedicated solution they want you to do, but there's some of them in which I just grinded to the goal and managed to get the orb from there. They accepted it. I'm like, yep, there we go. If you could do it, that's good. But Tears of the Kingdom, I don't want to talk anything about the story spoilers. I did say some minor spoilers, like certain type of dungeons and all that stuff, and some of the content the game has. But you gotta play the game yourself if you haven't. I love this game. I know, like, people are gonna be like, "Oh, is that really your game of the year?" Yes, it is. Breath of the Wild came out in like not so great personal time of my life. Granted, Tears of the Kingdom, while where I am with the personal life was a lot better, I still enjoyed it. I still had a great time about Tears of the Kingdom. I still had a great time with it, and I still think it's well worth it. Sure, I know people were turned off about the fact that it was $70, but after playing the game, I think it was worth the $70. Expect Nintendo to actually charge $70 more when the Switch 2 comes out, but that's a different topic for a different day. Anyway, but yeah, those are my picks. I also want to give one more shout out to Bayonetta Origins. Underrated and fun game. Highly recommend playing it. So let's talk. Okay, so here's the thing. 2023 was a fantastic year for video games in terms of the games that we actually got. And all the games that we all talked about tonight, I'm glad that everyone shared their experiences. I was actually very impressed with Nostalgia Alchemist talking about the making of karateka, and because it's a game in which like it's not so much of the game itself, but rather how they actually made it, like the presentation of it. I actually need to look into it a lot more, and I heard they're coming up with another game that's like that, but I'm gonna have to check it out soon. So while this year has been a great year for video games, unfortunately, it was a terrible year for everything else surrounding video games. The gaming industry, with one of the biggest things to come out this year was a lot of layoffs that happened. This year, there was like more than 700, like more than like, I want to say like 700,000. I'm not sure if that's like that many people, but there's a lot of people that fucking lost their jobs this year. For all the great games that people make, the industry doesn't really celebrate it. And unfortunately, one of the major companies to have laid off a lot more people than any other company this year is the Embracer Group. The Embracer Group was made just to buy, it was a conglomerate that bought off all these video game companies just so that they could be able to have them in their umbrella. They had THQ Nordic. They have, they ended up buying the Eidos stuff from Square Enix. They bought Free Radical. They bought so many different companies under their own umbrella, both big and small. And there was a deal that they were trying to get with the Saudi Arabian regime, and that deal fell through. Like, they were banking on this deal to get like billions and billions of dollars. The deal fell through, and afterwards they started laying a lot of people off, and they were also shutting a lot of studios down. Free Radical was like one of the most recent examples of them shutting a studio down, but they shut down Volition Studios, which are the Saints Row devs. They fired a lot of people. And now it's like Embracer Group, they have been trying their best to get rid of a lot of people so they could save some money. They're still losing money. Unfortunately, they're still going to be laying off a lot of people, and that fucking sucks. There's a lot of video game companies this year that laid off people. There's a big list, but there's a lot of people, but it just pisses me off. It just pisses me off that all these companies, instead of just rewarding like any of the developers for all their hard work, these people are losing their jobs all because of the corporate executives, like how much greed they have. There are games that have sold very well, sold like millions and millions of copies, increasing the amount of revenue that these companies are getting. How many of these companies are gaining, and yet they still feel the need to get rid of a lot of people. They still feel the need to fire people, lay them off. Even indie companies are not safe. People talk about, oh, maybe indie companies would be the best way to do it. No, they're not safe either. Unfortunately, I would love to have been wrong about that, but unfortunately, that's just how it is. Like Epic Games, I know, like they got rid of like a lot of people from Mediatonic. Not everybody. Like there was a report that Mediatonic was shutting down, like the Fall Guys devs. No, they're not shutting down. They just lost a lot of people. Though I will at least say one positive thing about this. So the developer of Hatoful Boyfriend, because Hatoful Boyfriend is now owned by Epic Games because they own Mediatonic. At first, he actually made a post on Twitter that he was not getting royalties for the game. And then not too long ago, he actually made an update saying that he is getting royalties for Hatoful Boyfriend. Hatoful Boyfriend is like a visual novel. I still have to play that. I will still have to stream that at some point. So at least he's getting something out of it. That's really nice that he's getting something. But fuck these companies for just laying people off like that. I'm pissed. Like, this year may be great for video games, but it sucks for everything else. Plus, like, all the shit that goes on behind the scenes in these companies, like for example, like all the toxic abuse, like the toxic workplaces, the toxic work environments that people have to endure from all these video game companies. Not to mention, they absolutely go out of their way. They absolutely go out of their fucking way to just exploit. They exploit these people. They know how passionate you are. They know how passionate you are with video games. They know that you desperately want to be a part of the gaming industry. What do you want to make, like, different games? You want to program, you have some good ideas. They want you to come in with the illusion that one day you're going to be one of the top game developers. You'll be able to come up with some ideas of your own that will lead to being the most successful games ever. They want you to think that. Now, I'm telling you this right now as someone who does not work in the gaming industry by under any means. I'm not a game developer. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm not going to pretend to be one. I don't really have much connections. I've read so many different stories. And after reading all this stuff, I just get really pissed off because these people do not deserve to be treated the way they do. Gaming also needs to be unionized. So in addition to like all these layoffs, gaming needs to be unionized. Unionize all these video game companies. You treat them better, pay them better, and can we actually just like be decent human beings to the workers? Does it hurt? Does it hurt you to just be a decent human being rather than treat them like crap? And then all you do is drive these people away from the gaming industry. But you also could put these NDAs on people to tell them, oh, you may not work these companies anymore, but you can't talk negatively about us, or else we're going to make sure you're never working in these companies ever again. And if anyone asks which video game company does this, all of them, even your favorite video game companies. The gaming industry really needs to change. People need to step up and try their best to make every video game company unionize. I know this is more of a United States thing, but this is how it should be. Sadly, Sega of America, there was an issue that happened this year in which workers of Sega of America wanted to unionize. They voted to unionize. At first, it sounded like things were going up, that they were going to get an agreement. Then it turns out the higher ups at Sega of America were like, no, we're not going to do that. And then it's like, there was a back and forth. But then I found out like a couple of weeks ago that supposedly that Sega is looking to start firing a lot of people after the new year because of the fact that they don't want to pay the unionized workers. They don't want to do that. And that pisses me off. That's awful. My thing is this. I may be hyped for a lot of the upcoming Sega games that are coming out like within the next couple of years. But at the same time, I also feel that it's important to note that these people who make these games, without them being there, you're not going to get any games. Without them there, these companies are only going to lose more and more. They claim that they're going to save their asses by trying their best to get rid of people so that they can save some money. In the long run, that's going to hurt them. They don't seem to realize that, but they don't fucking care. They don't care that they're affecting a lot of people's livelihoods. So my thing is this. These video game companies need to do better and be better. because it's disgusting that people have to lose their jobs. People have to be treated very, very poorly, especially in a toxic work environment. And then you also, this brings me to the next thing I want to talk about. So the Game Awards. So I know people talk about how every year people like, oh, the video game awards. The Game Awards is basically just a commercial for like all these video game ads, like video game trailers and all that stuff, the world premieres, and they don't put emphasis on awards. It wasn't exactly like that in the beginning. Like, maybe if you want to watch the Spike TV Game Awards back then, but those were some dark times. But when it started off really good. Like in 2014, like it actually felt like they were taking things seriously. Hell, even like 2014, like I would probably say until like maybe 2017 or 2018. But then it started to slowly just change. Like now, like it's like this year in general. Like I know like people talk about like if there's a lot of emphasis on ads and less about the Game Awards, this year was the worst when it comes to that. I know I said towards the end of the Game Awards stream when I said that this year gets a C. No, this year gets a fucking F. Fuck that shit. Like the Game Awards this year was terrible. Okay, in terms of the world premieres, it's mixed. There's some things I liked, but then there's some things that are not for me. That's whatever. But in terms of how they handled the awards, no, it sucked. It fucking sucked. Because you want to know how many awards they gave on stage, like with presenters and then the people accepting the awards? 9 games. Well, 9 times. And they were cutting people off. Like, people were only able to speak for 30 seconds, like, when they were accepting their awards. And they start the music, like, or I've seen clips from, like, on Twitter where there are people speaking, and then, like, there was a sign that says, okay, let's wrap it up. Wrap it up, please. And they rushed so many people, like, they rushed E.G. Aonuma. There was a dev that won the Games for Impact. There was like a couple that spoke. One of like the guy got to speak, and when there was time for the girl to speak, she was basically cut off. And the voice actor for Larian, no, not Larian, the voice actor for Baldur's Gate, he got cut off, as well as the Larian guys when they were accepting the Game of the Year, because they actually had a big speech they wanted to make, but they were pretty much cut off. Yeah, there was a team member that died during development. They didn't fucking care. They didn't fucking care. They were also going to talk about how, and like I know the voice actor was talking about inclusion, how Baldur's Gate 3, there was a community of people that accepted each other, and this was like the game, like, because it was a bad time for so many people, and this was the game, like, not just so much of an escape, but this is what people could turn to. And yet, Game Awards doesn't fucking care. They only care about advertisements. They fucking spent maybe like 5 or 6 or 7 minutes with fucking Hideo Kojima and Jordan Peele talking about their new game that they barely even, like, they barely even showed off, like those images of their heads and everything. And yet, because he plays favorites and all that. So yeah, fuck that Game Awards. Fuck that. Yeah, I pretty much gone off for a long while. I'm practically done. I said everything I needed to say. This year was great for gaming. This year sucked for everything else about video games. So that's gonna do it for the show. This is the end of the season. We'll come back in March. I'll figure out a date in March that we're gonna come back. And what themes I'm gonna do. But I want to thank everybody for coming through. Like all the guests that came in, coming through to speak about their favorite games of the year. Like, and for those that couldn't make it, you guys are amazing as well. Like to all the guests that couldn't make it tonight that were part of season 2. But I want to thank everyone that came in from, like, in chat to watch. And I practically just like we went on for a while, and that's perfectly fine. So I'm going to roll the credits, and this is going to be like a long credit sequence because I'm also going to show off like a slideshow of all the guests, and I highly recommend you guys stay tuned for the end. I'm going to find somebody to raid while we do that, but I will see you guys in the next season. So make sure to take care of yourselves. Be awesome. Stay awesome. Tell your loved ones you love them. Check up on them as always. May you all fight for lasting peace. And I'll see you guys next time. If you got to do something, believe yourself. Sayonara, bye-bye, and make sure to be safe. Good night, everybody. And I'll see you for season 2. So I'll see you for season 3 of Sharing with Shellshock in March of 2024.